All right, live stream's live, guys. This where you want me? And I'm unmuted. Thank you, everybody who's saying that I was muted. That was a little embarrassing. We did a whole lot of explanation. So what we're at right now, we're at the Tai Long Senior, or the Tai Long Transfer Portal Showcase. We've got immediately jumped into the long snappers for everybody. Sorry that we were not able to hear anybody. We should be 100% back right now. So the first guy that you just missed was Trey Lenson, so a big long snapper. And now we're getting into, who is this next guy that's here? Now we're into Christian Higgins, who's long snapping. So we've seen 3 darts. Guy got a good coverage rep, got a good blocking rep. So we are rocking and rolling now. Just a beautiful snap, guys. Snapping is highly underappreciated art here. What I really like, you're going to be able to see, is that these balls aren't, they're not really arcing into it. It's not really arcing into it. It is just a nice line. You want them about as straight as you can be to get back there. Just helps the punter track it, plays the wind a little bit better. So all these things are things that we're looking for here on the situation. So for those asking where he's coming from, this is Christian Higgins. He was at Murray State and Western Alabama. So I accidentally misspoke and said that that's where Trey Lesson was at, but Trey Lesson was at Kaiser University, but luckily I forgot to unmute my mic, so nobody noticed. But right now we're just going to see more of long snapping. That is a dot right there. So good coverage rep right after that, and we're going to keep it going. What's going on, Reggie Productions? All right, next we're moving on to Jake Fitzgerald and Gavin Hall. So Jake Fitzgerald, the guy that's going to be going first, he's got 1 year of eligibility left. All right, good build, right? A pretty stout-looking guy. He was at Sam Houston State, 6 foot 220, good frame, looks athletic. Let's see what he's got for the punt snaps here. College coaches, by the way, pouring in on the live stream to watch this. It's going to be a big event. Some people are really going to be able to find their homes here, which is what makes it so exciting. That's why we put on the event, so that way we could get these guys placed. The transfer portal, is a bit of a mess afterwards. Will there be interviews? If somebody really has themselves today, we might have to pull them over for an interview. As of right now, it's not currently scheduled, but we'll see. That is a absolute dot. Great snap. That's going to be a 3. You can see there has a little bit of a wiggle on it. The conditions today, there's not a lot of wind that we can really notice, but there's a little bit of a haze in the air. I don't even want to call it a drizzle, but it's a little wet. It's going to make it harder for that ball to grip. So it's going to really test these long snappers and what they're going to be able to do under these different conditions. You can see his feet there are a little bit more narrow than maybe some other guys. Just helps him get a little bit more pop on it. It's a really good thing that we like to see. And as you can see above me, things are already moving through here. So we've got 2 14s, and Fitzgerald is working on his set right now with an 8. Let's see what his next set. That one goes a little bit high, a little bit left. So sometimes, especially during these conditions, I could imagine in the later reps, as that ball continues to kind of get a little bit of that wetness from the grass on it, guys might grip it a little bit harder. Don't be surprised to see some start to go a little bit high. It's going to be up to these long snappers to be able to trust their form and control this ball all the way to the punter here. We are probably not going to see an oh my goodness until we get to the punting and kicking portion and we get to really see them let these things fly. All right, up next, we're going to have Gavin Hall. He's a redshirt freshman. He's coming from Towson University out in Baltimore, I believe. So we'll see what Towson Hall has for us here. A little bit of a smaller body long snapper, but that will not stop it and can make him more of a dangerous coverage guy. Harder to block. First ball was a ripped dime, very pure line. So we like to see, let's see more of that from Towson. Here we go. Snaps. I can see that one starts off a little high, kind of eases its way back down into just a perfect ball. We have a lot of this stuff under a booth right now, under a tent because of the conditions. Otherwise, we'd probably be a little bit closer to all the action, but right now the rain is kind of hampering us. That one comes in. About hip height it appeared, which is about perfect. All right, let's see how he gets his footwork in on this next one. Anybody that I have my eye on right now, actually, we are going kind of into this. I don't want to say totally blind. There's some guys that I've seen, but we're going to be evaluating these guys the same way many of the coaches are going to be, which we're seeing them live for the first time. So there's not too many that I'm going to have a lot to say about from their outside performance, which is good. We don't want it to be a biased stream. And there you see it. Fourth snap comes in. It's just a little bit high, right? Probably over gripping that ball just a hair as it's getting wet. Okay. Now we're circling back around to some of the punters that went earlier. I believe the first group, there's 6 long snappers going. I said punters. There's 6 long snappers going. So we're, I believe, getting back around. Nope. We got 2 new guys still. So we got 2 new guys coming. And as you can see here on the leaderboard, we're not going to be able to get the fastest ball right now. No stopwatches going. But we do have the best total score. So Ledson and Higgins, pretty much perfect scores minus 1 snap, it appears. Okay, so now we're on to, which one is this, David?
Missouri State.
This is Missouri State. So Missouri State, so we're already seeing, some high-level guys, coming through here. All right, so it's Landon Mullers. That's a good ball right there. Absolute shot right there from Landon. Just slinging it through. Not to be discarded. It's definitely harder to be the second guy going. Everybody can kind of be on the sideline, being relaxed, getting some extra snaps in. Ball comes in a little bit low for some guys. Probably would have hit him right about the mid thigh. Some people actually prefer it lower, so it's good if that's where their miss is going to be. You don't hate that. Let's see where this one comes in now. Good. Spirals can be a little wobbly, but I think we're taking them keeping their hands a little loose and maybe letting the spiral get a little wobbly over trying to over grip it and let it get a little high. In the wet, in the wet conditions that we're going to be in, that's kind of your two choices you're going to have between. It's hard to get that perfect grip to get that clean release. I say that, and then that was just a pearl. And then there he goes through, running through, moves well, getting a good tackle. Okay. So now we're moving on to Connor Grisham. Central Arkansas, all right, actually played quarterback there, which is pretty cool. And then now he also played at University of Arkansas, Monticello. For those asking, my high school team finished the season pretty well. It was a good snap there. I'm gonna not interact too much with the chat today, just because I'll be dealing with this. But if we have a down second, I'll look over and see if we got something. Okay, good snap. That's exactly what you want right there. Especially snapping to looks like a lefty punter. Not that I'd super relevant, but hit him right on the left hip. I think the perfect snap, if you want just the ideal one, is going to be on the hip of the punter's kicking side. So we're going to want to see it. That is a beautiful snap. This guy is ripping them. He's got really good rotation on that ball, makes it super easy to catch. This former quarterback is still ripping it. So let's see how the coverage wrap goes. Still pretty good. Pushes through, gets downfield. So that's a great ball right there. That was a good, especially starts to get hard when you know you're going to have to make a block. So now we're going to have to see him snap and go cover. So this is where you get to see some guys just um, show off some of that speed. Snap got a little wobbly on that one, but not a bad rep at all. Guy moves well, is fast, will be a good coverage guy moving forward. So for those asking about the numbers, what's above us is a leaderboard. So you can see a perfect snap is 3 points, a medium snap as far as location is 2 points, and then if there's a bad snap, it's going to be 1. So far, no bad snaps. So you can see everything is between 3s and 2s. The numbers is the total score that we have. So that would be a 3. That's a perfect example of a 3. That was a .69 on the speed, but that is just going to factor in. So we're going to have more of these kind of filtering in as we keep going. So that was an absolute dart. I don't know if you guys could see that. That might have been it technically timed slower than some of the other ones, but that looked like the fastest one. Now, punting long snaps are very. This guy just got hot right there. That was a great couple of reps from him. Looks like he's got one more snap where he's going to go cover. And if he finishes his set out well, that was a very impressive set. He is just slinging that thing. That was an impressive long snapping set. I know you got to be really dialed into special teams to appreciate a good long snapping set, but that was one of them. That was a great set. Moving on to Trey Letson. Trey Letson from Kaiser. That's zippy. You can tell now long snappers have kind of settled in a little bit. The first set I wasn't going to say it was bad. It was safe. A lot of guys just kind of taking some of the heat off. They look like they're kind of putting it back on now. So good snap there to start it off from Trey Kaiser, or from Trey Letson from Kaiser University. And he is slinging them now. These guys are getting hot. No errant snaps, which is exactly what you want to see. And he is just zipping them. That is a perfect snap right there. He will keep those going, hopefully through. And as you can see, it's going to be pretty competitive. So through the first 10 punt snaps, so far the number one score had one errant snap. One errant snap, and even errant means it was a 2, so it's probably around the mid-thigh area to maybe the upper shoulders area. We do keep it a pretty tight window to get a 2 on. You know, that perfect score is probably somewhere that most would deem completely ideal, while that 2 is, you know, shoulders to mid-thigh. And we've only had 1 2 from Higgins right now. So Letson right there. Let's see what they score that one out at. So yeah, so the top two right now have only had one errant snap. Mullen and Grisham can be the guys to upset them by going perfect in their second set. It's going to be 2 rounds of long snapping. We're on our second round right now. Then we're going to do short snapping, and then we're going to jump right into punts, field goals, and kickoffs. So this stuff, bear with me. I know long snapping, it's not super sexy, but boy howdy, is it super important. That one comes in a little bit high. A little bit high right there on that one, but that's what I'm saying. This is such a competitive environment that a snap at the face, one you wouldn't even notice it happened in a game, is something that's noteworthy because everybody here is just at that high of a level. Another one comes in a little high right there. Luckily, the man catching for him is probably the biggest target on the field. That is Noah Getman. He is a CFL punter, and he stands at about 6 foot 1 million. So he is tall, he's big. So if you're throwing a little high on him, on a guy like me, that's probably my forehead, because I'm about 6 foot, he's about 6'5". So he's throwing mid face. Let's see him hopefully get the next couple down. Wetness of the ball might just be gripping it a little hard. Ends up getting there a little up there in the face again. Let's go see him cover. That's what you're going to want to see about a guy his size, right? Obviously, we might not be getting down and dirty in the trenches. If he's gonna try his best, but I need to see a guy like that fly downfield, and he is moving. Good form tackle there. All right, moving on to Jake Fitzgerald, former quarterback. Sam Houston. No, Jake Fitzgerald is not the former quarterback. My apologies, but he does sling it like one. That is the rotation on that is just perfect. He's got the build. He's got the look for it. This is a guy that you guys are going to see get picked up. What's up, Brock Miller? It is pretty cool that we get to do this. All right. Jake Fitzgerald comes in once again a little high. You can see that the weather, like I said, guys are trying to wipe their hands off in between reps. People are gripping it a little bit higher, which is fine. That's what you want to see. You want to see these guys play within, I don't want to call it the 2 misses, but you want to see them, either have a little wobble or maybe be about face side, right? They're gripping the ball a little hard. That's perfect. We will take as many perfect balls as we can get, and that was one of them. But you can see Higgins and Letson still holding on right now to that almost perfect score, with Mullen and Grisham in the wings, ready to go, hoping to usurp them for the 1 and 2 spot. And that one comes in a little wobbly, little high, but very playable. Once again, these camps is where you get the most nitpicky. If you get that ball in a game under these conditions, you tell your punter not to say anything, because that is perfectly fine. In these camps, though, where we're trying to decipher the best of the best, we're obviously going to call them out. There it is. Another really good ball, really good rotation. And a big hit on a big unsuspecting tackle dummy down there. Didn't know what was coming for him. Okay. Now this, Connor Grisham, just had a perfect set, is going for another one. He's throwing darts. He's a former quarterback. That is a good ball right there. That is exactly how you want to play it. He is slinging that thing right now. You also notice that the long snappers, they got to choose their own footballs. Long snappers tend to choose a ball that's a little pointier than what I'm sure the punters and kickers are going to choose. Punters and kickers are going to want that ball beat up a little bit. Long snappers have just these nice, pretty, out-the-box balls. But Grisham right now slinging it. That's 2 more perfect ones. He's looking to take this one home, get on the top of the leaderboard right here. A little bit of wobble on that one, but it turns into a perfect snap. You're not going to see anybody complain about that one. That's a pearl. Let's see if he can finish it out. Here's the block and rip. Comes in, playable. Right about mid-thigh. Let's see what he get on that. Might be enough depending on how picky our judges are. Might be picky enough to get him down to a not perfect score. But this is a long event, so that is a perfect perfect set, I believe, from Connor Grisham. So that's how you make a name for yourself. And that's why we have guys come here, right? He comes here, he snaps lights out. He's coming from University of Arkansas, Monticello. He has played some quarterback, played some tight end, but I believe he'll be playing some long snapper somewhere for somebody. There's some Power 4 guys at this event watching, and if I were them, I would be impressed with Connor. Yep, and you can see here on the leaderboard, he has taken the #1 spot. So Grisham leads with a perfect score in long snapping. We still have short snapping up next. This ain't a one-snap event. It's a good ball, too. And I believe the man snapping right now is also looking to try to nab a perfect event. And his first set was awesome. That ball. I believe that was just called a ball. So that you can see that was probably maybe about an inch or two lower than Grisham's slightly low ball, but still played pretty well. So let's see if he can just come back. And that's going to be the big thing that you want here is guys to be able to have a snap, hear that ball in their ear, hear that it's not that perfect ball, and just come back and just snap a better ball, right? That's all you can really ask for guys like this. Not every ball is going to be perfect, right? You're going to have good balls, you're going to have bad balls, but what we want to make sure is that you have a good ball after a bad ball, right? And he's flying. He is moving, breaking down, big tackle. That's how you finish the drill. All right, so now we're going to move over to the field goal snaps. So they're going to get a couple practice reps. And these guys are about to move over to field goal. So we'll move everything around. We'll be right back when we're ready to get to the field goal reps. All right, we are coming. We are live. We're back. Moving on to field goals. We got the live field goals going. Trey Letson's going to be up first. Big body Trey Letson. All right, so he had a pretty good set here. You can see 29. He only had one miss snap. Strike, laces down. I don't believe we're worrying too much about laces right now. We're just worried about placement. People are gonna have to spin laces, and you don't have the synergy with your holder to be able to make the adjustments like you would at a college. So that one is gonna be perfect laces. So we are gonna like that. So perfect laces, and Letson is moving on up on the list. So through here, you're gonna have a maximum points of 60. So that's going to be your reference point. When this is all said and done, there's going to be some guys that might have 60. There's going to be some guys that might have 59, 58. This should be pretty high. You're not going to see a lot in the low 50s. If you saw this at a high school camp, you'd probably see some 40s. But here, strike, this guy's just slinging it. Got some really good balls going here. I don't know if we're doing all 10 in a row or if we're doing 5 and 5, but let's see. Let's just keep going. Just strike. The big part about these combines is staying focused, trying to make sure that you can just stay locked into the moment. Christian Higgins coming in. Higgins had his 29, so he's looking to get a perfect score, or as perfect as he can get. Try to get to 59. Good ball right there. Laces turn inward a little bit. I think that's, if you're a punter or a holder, that's where you'd prefer the laces to be if it's not going to be perfectly straight up. That was perfectly straight up, and he is ripping it. I don't know how well it's translating on the camera to what you guys are watching, to what I'm seeing, but he is slinging that thing, which is what you want to see. That's a very good looking rep, good looking ball, and it is just going to keep going like that. He is on right now. He's in a good rhythm. He's in a good groove. Laces are always just about maybe a quarter turn from perfect. And you see there another 44, which I believe, with them both being at 29, is a perfect score for their field goal portion. Going back to Trey Letson, let's see how he can finish off. He can get his last 15 points here. Short snaps, incredibly important for the college football landscape. Keeping your guys comfortable. If you guys remember, some schools, even in big names, just had trouble on the basic operations of a short snap and a field goal. It can cost you points, it can cost you games, and that costs coaches their jobs, which is why coaches, like I said, are tuned in today to make sure that they get the best guy. Letson is continuing an absolute heater of a streak. Good velocity on the ball. He's getting laces. He's not having them come back in all different areas. Noah's pretty much flashing his hand and catching the ball. It's about as easy as you want to do it, and it's about as easy as it comes. And he's making it even easier on him. So there is sometimes a bit of a blocking key that happens in field goals. Of course, you have to stay off the long snapper as a field goal rush unit. So it's not too big of a deal, but it is something that's good to see. Christian Higgins coming back up. Letson, dang near perfect set, and it's amazing to see that with 1 point, he might not be number one on the leaderboard, missing a single point. It's lagging? What do you mean? Yeah, is it lagging? Like it's just behind? There you go. Up to date. All right. Sorry about that, guys. A little technical difficulties behind the scenes. We are back covering this. And Higgins is still snapping absolute gasoline and fire. Super smooth operation. Oh, and we have our first, right as I said that, a little bit of an announcer jinx right there. Ball goes a little bit high. And that's going to be, that is the standard of error we're talking about. That ball is maybe 4 inches higher than the rest of them. He loses a point. That might bump him down to the 4th place spot. He had two slightly errant snaps, and he now might be the 4th place long snapper. This is a very high level snapping camp for those who are not aware of what they're watching right now. This is about as high level as it comes. That absolutely great ball. We're going to keep that one going. You're going to see here we do not have speed. Speed is not a huge indicator on short snaps. First of all, it covers too little ground for us to know, really how fast without like a laser timer. It would just be too variable. It comes down to the guy looking at it, and there's so little movement in the long snappers. All these have been good so far. All of these have been good so far, so he's looking to finish a strong set. That one ends up being a ball. No, this is in Alabama. So we're in Hoover, Alabama right now on the Field of Dreams. Right now, slight drizzle coming down, just enough to keep all the athletes cool, calm, and collected, and the football's a little bit wet. This guy, that was a perfect, perfect snap for those at home watching. Another one, okay, he is dialed in. Short snaps are money so far. That's 2 really good ones. That is 3 really good ones. That will lead to a very smooth operation. All your punter's got to do, or your holder, if you're Georgia, who still uses a quarterback, has to do is just grab the ball and just set it down. And that's what you want. You don't want to have to overthink it. I don't have to worry about where that snap's coming. I don't want to have to worry about where the laces are. You just want to catch it and put it down, and that is perfect. That probably is the best long snap, or the best short snap set so far. And let's see, Sam Houston State, Jake Fitzgerald coming up. Let's see what he's got for us here. Comes in a little low, right at the bottom of the strike box, it looks like. But a good ball nonetheless. There it is. See if he can just keep going. Now, Jake has a good frame. I think we've talked about that enough. But he also throws a really pretty ball. I don't know if you guys can see how much on the live stream is just like a really pretty spiral. It's tight and it's soft but not slow. There's a delicate balance in long snapping between where you're just ripping it as hard as you can, and it actually almost slows down the operation because the punter or holder kind of has to recoil catching it because it's got so much speed. Yeah, they all look really good. Versus just throwing a guy that perfect, 80-mile-per-hour fastball down the middle that somebody can just crank on. So Gavin Hall, perfect short snap set before. Let's see if he is going to keep the streak alive. We're at 6 perfect laces out short snaps in a row. He's dialed in. Let's see if he can end like that. 7. This might be the set of the day if he can finish this off right here. He is completely in rhythm. That's 8. 2 more, and that is going to be hands down the best short snap rep of the day. It'll be very hard to compete with for anybody else because you'd have to be perfect. That is 9. He's got 1 more. He was ready to walk off. We were ready to walk him off. Here it is for the home run. And it's perfect. This guy went hot. Absolutely lights out. Insane. So his 3 points that he's missing from the top is from his long snapping sets. He had a couple that were a hair high on one set, but he was able to just lock back in, refocus up, get back into it for the short snaps, and he went berserk. So super impressive set from Gavin Hall. Anybody looking for a short snapper, that's going to be your guy if you just need surefire short snaps. Yeah, so judges are pretty much looking for where the snap is located. It's going to be a little different, ball to ball. The strike back box on short snaps is a little bit more variable, and sometimes what looks like it's happening on live stream appears like a little different. I can kind of peek down and see what the camera's seeing versus what I'm seeing, and it's pretty similar, but sometimes it does look a little bit higher from the live stream, which has kind of a back angle. So the snaps so far have been excellent on short snaps. We have not had too many. And we're giving these guys just the tiniest little wiggle room when we get to like that lower chin area for what we're going to call a ball versus a strike. But that was an awesome set. Now we're going on to Landon Mullen, Missouri State long snapper. And let's see how he goes. Little wiggle woggle on that one, but overall not a bad ball. I think a little bit of wobble, is not the end of the world. It's when that ball really starts to kind of look like an X ball. There we go. That was a really tight snap right there. It's when that ball really starts to unravel. It can make it hard on the punter to sort of corral it. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. But as first, second ball really made up for it. Once again, a little wiggle right there. But really good placement, good laces so far. So it's been a pretty good snap. So far, no one has been able to unseed Letson, who has had an incredible total day, right? Missed 1 point. Higgins right behind him, not far away. But with his last ball here, we are able to have a good set. So now Grisham back up at 45. He has a chance here to have the first perfect score of the day. If he goes lights out on short snap, and that is the first ball. And that's what you can see. Just perfect day up to one point, grip the ball a little too hard, release a little late, boom. But right back to it. So had one ball, going back to perfect, has a chance still to tie, lets in to get into that tied for the number one spot here. And that's another good one. So we're rolling through these short snaps. Right now, we're not scoring for where the laces are, but I will be keeping up with where they are, and that is a perfect one. You should be able to see a little bit on the live stream what the laces are doing. And comes in what looks like a little high on the last one. We'll see how they grade that, but not a bad set. And they gave him a perfect score. Okay. So we have our first perfect score with Grisham here. So a perfect 60 every single ball in the strike zone. Some of them might have been on the edge, but hey, if the judges are fine with it, I'm fine with it. You know, we've got a bunch of the people running this camp are high level specialists. Obviously, Tai Long, you know. Thank you, Brad Chalombos. Very lots of high level guys around. All the coaches here have played at a high level. Collegiate, you know, Tai Long, obviously. NFL, our holder right now, CFL. So you got about as good a help around here as you could ask for. As the long snapping just continues to be perfect. And there you have it. Yep. 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 All right, and we're gonna be right back when we have the punters. We'll see you guys then. All right, everybody, we are back. The punters are ready to go. We're working through some technical difficulties with the TrackMan stuff right now. We'll have some numbers for you, but we're not going to be able to have right now the TrackMan data. So we're working on that. But the punters that are about to go are a couple of absolute studs. First guy, Jackson Dunn here. He has 3 years of eligibility. He was absolutely blowing my mind, right? So he's punting left right now. There's a little bit of a tailwind for these guys, but it's not much to speak of. It will not be a big factor, but he had been hitting some absolute dingers. You can see it cresting the horizons, a little bit of a wobbly nose up on the left hash, lands pretty much straight down the left hash. Hits at 44, guys. That is a pretty high quality ball right there. And it had about 4 seconds of hang time. So 4 seconds of hang time. So 4 seconds of hang time and pretty overall good ball. So he's going up for his second ball right now. He puts the nose down a little bit more to try to get to this win, and that seemed like a very good strategy. Huge ball, 47-4-6. So that is a very playable ball right there. So especially in these conditions, just being able to control it, that was good direction, good hang. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Let's see how he does on his last ball. Puts the nose down a little bit, kind of drives it a little bit more. Really good distance, probably like 56. Yeah, exactly 56-415. So played that really well. Looked like he might have hit the first 2 a little shorter than he wanted and tried to make up for the last one to just drive one out there. And it succeeded. So, 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 yeah. So here we go. JUCO All-American coming out right now to kick. Let's see what he's got. Now his are going directional right, and then these guys are going to switch and try again. So first ball, a little bit of a high drop table. Not bad during these conditions. Gets it out past 40. Looks about 41. Comes in at 43 with 3.78 seconds. So really good ball. Playing pretty well right here. Good direction. Hard to tell if it's a left to right wind right now, but that's what it feels like. So should be pretty good for these guys that want to go directionally right. Hits another one. This is good for his miss hits. So what you're seeing right now is that guys are hitting essentially what I like to call B ball, where it's not their best ball, right? It's not their A+ ball, but it's a playable miss hit, and you're gonna hit more misses than you're gonna hit your A balls, right? So you like to see what these guys' B balls are. What's your kind of second tier punt? We would like to see some full on mash punts, but it's good to see a guy have just a pretty consistent, sort of second ball, right? Catches that one. We would probably label that a C ball. Looks like gets a little to the front of the ball, hooks it back down the middle, just a hair. Still gets all of them past 40, still all of them pretty playable balls. And you can see here, boom, right above me, right? The averages are going to fill out a little bit more, but the best distance so far has been a 57. Best hang time has been a 4.6. So we just get to see that those were not the same ball, and the best overall ball has been 98. So the way that we're getting those numbers for the best overall ball is we're just adding their distance to their hang time. So now going right, I'd imagine, oh my goodness, guys, leaving the tent where I can see it, probably close to 50 yards on that ball. That was an absolutely crushed hit. 48, that was 0.6, so returner's probably catching that at 49. The rest probably throwing that 49, but a 4.3, the nose stayed up on that one, and it fell pretty fast. So assuming he catches this one, he's got a big-time opportunity here. This is a massive leg on this kid. Good hands. I like the handwork there. Able to make that one turn over, but it's actually a little towier than the last one. Still looking about 50 plus. 53 on that one. 4-1. Play that out pretty well. It's got a good direction to it. And like I said, that wasn't even his best hit. You can kind of hear it was a little slappy, a little toey, which isn't the ideal. And the fact that we're not even getting ideal hits and they're going 53 yards is a really good sign for what this guy's top end is going to be. Drops nose again. Able to kind of get the nose over. Maybe a bit of an inside ball that he had to chase. Coming down around 50 with better hang time. So 4.4, 50 yards on that punt. Like I said, caught it a little inside. So now we're going to Max Zuluaga. Is that right? That looks no. Oh yeah, sorry. So Max Zuluaga and left just might be the name of this kid's game. 55-yard punt, 4.27. Yeah, and everybody here is in the portal. We're looking for homes. We're trying to. Your favorite coach might be watching the stream right now, looking to pick up one of these guys. And Max Zuluaga might be one of the guys that they're interested in. He has a big leg. Like his operation, it's quick, it's short. He gets the ball off well. Good direction on his lefts here. Definitely seems to be his stronger side. 46, 448. So far, we have not seen a ton of turnovers from Max, but his miss hit has been very solid. That's what you want to see. Not every ball's going to turn, like I said, especially when the conditions are wet, the pressure's on, but you want to see that even his B ball is pretty playable. So let's see, comfortable here now in his third hit. Can he turn one over? Kind of gets under it and slices it a little bit, still goes downfield about 45 plus, and a pretty good operation on that one. So 45-yard punt, 3.7 seconds of hang, and now these guys are going to move up. So those were the backed up punts. You're looking to get drive it and flip the field. So that's why hang time wasn't of the utmost important. We're moving everybody up now to the um yeah, it's on the leaderboard. So but yeah, I just got to update the leaderboard real quick. So now we're midfield level punts. We can work. Okay, so from this area of the field, you want to see guys. You either want to hang it up and get a fair catch inside the 15 at around a 45-yard punt, or you want to just drive it out the back of the end zone. That ball is completely leaving the frame for me, leaving the tent, but good height on it, lands at about the 16-yard line. So that's exactly what we wanted to see. So that's what we're looking for right there. Let's see if he has 40 yards or 45 yards. For sorry, can can someone get that updated? Sorry, that's the extender for the TrackMan thing. Yeah, can we? All right. Okay, so that looked like a huge ball, and it's got a nice little waggle coming down. That was out at the 1 yard line. Absolutely insane punt right there. I cannot believe I almost missed that. A 5-0, 5-1-57. Oh my goodness, that was a ball. That was the first one of the day. So this right here is an Arkansas State transfer. Arkansas State, known for having some really good punters, come out of their program in the past couple of years, and he looks to be putting his name up there with the best of them. So that was an absolutely insane ball. Here it goes. Let's see if he can end on another good one. Does get a partial turn, comes back in a little bit inside, but a overall very good set. 4.649 is a perfectly acceptable miss hit for what we've got here. Perfectly acceptable. So let's see what Max Zulaga has. So he's starting off on the left side, which was his better side in the previous set. Let's see if we can get that. Once again, a little bit of kind of a wobbler. Still goes pretty far. He's got a good leg on him. He's got a really good leg. Haven't quite seen him quite turn all of them. But, JUCO All-American. Has not quite turned over a ton of his punts, but the ones that he has hit, even in the slight miss, that are still looking really good. So he has 3 years of eligibility left, lots of room to even potentially get better, which is awesome, right? So he's not a guy 1 year out looking. He's a guy that hits the ball really hard, really far. That one down to the 10-yard line, and he's going to look to just keep progressing here. So really impressed so far from Max Zulaga. And then, of course, the Arkansas State transfer, whose name we are actively working on right now, Jackson Dunn. Jackson Dunn has an absolute cannon on the leg. So those are the two going right now. You can see Dunn, his score is pretty good. So what his score is an average, right, between his distance and hang time. So their score is getting the score is getting combined together of distance plus hang time. So the best distance so far has been a 57-yarder. The best hang time has been a 5-1. That was the same ball. So that's why you see that the best ball is a 108. We might not see 108 beaten all day. That is a huge ball. The conditions are not the easiest to punt in. Now he's going left. Let's see if Jackson Dunn can continue to perform at a high level here. Operation looks really clean, and he sends off a rocket. Oh my goodness. Absolutely hammered. 55, 429, but just a heat-seeking missile bringing pain and destruction to whatever field that it is brought on. Super impressive ball there. Just super clean. His whole form, his whole operation looks really good. You guys are going to be able to see a little bit. I know we're a little far away on the camera, but you're going to be able to see that just the way that he catches and molds the ball. It's just a clean operation. That's exactly what you want to see. And oh my God, he does it again. You can hear the reaction from people around us. 4.7, 60 yards. Okay, so we've got a new leader for best distance, and it is a hammered 60-yard ball. Really good direction here from the midfield, from the open field. He is balling out. His average is increasing. He's now at a 94 for his total score. That's averaging roughly a 54.5 for those at home that want to keep up with like a comparable number. But for him, it's probably closer to a 48 with 4.7 seconds of hang time. We'll get those actual numbers at the end. Whatever it is impressive. Let's see how he ends. And there it is. Wow. Kind of towed it a hair, but like I said, even the ones that he toes and slaps, still really good ball, really tight spiral. That is a clean set, and that is going to be the set to beat going forward. And this is always the hard part when you're doing these events and you got to be in Max Zuluaga's shoes. Sometimes the guy next to you has a really good set. Let's see if Max can lock in and hit his ball, right? Whatever his best ball that he wants to hit is, let's see if he can just lock in, stay focused on him hitting his ball, and there it is. If that is Max's ball, then he just hit it. Tight spiral, good direction. A little bit of a driven ball, but a 4.5251. That will play. What you could notice too is if he hit 4.5251, right? It wasn't the 60 or the 57.51 we saw earlier, but if he consistently hit that 4.551, that would have him technically above Jackson Dunn because it's a high variance sport. It's hard to hit the same ball every time, but consistency at a good ball is sometimes all you really need. That's another good one. 53.429, so he can really get the ball downfield. This guy's a field flipper, that's for sure. And I can only imagine once he starts catching them and really spiraling them and getting that nose to kind of tip over, it's only going to get that much better. So let's see how Max Zuluaga finishes up here. A good punt here could be instrumental in him playing for or against your favorite team. The nose trying hard to get over, a little bit of a wobble on it, and does not quite turn over, but that still kind of makes it, sometimes when the nose doesn't quite get there, it kind of floats a little bit more. So you can see here, that was a 4.6, 54-yard punt. That's fine. That is super playable. So all right, so we're about to go on to the end over end punts. I guess people could play these Pooch punts however they desire. The most common meta for Pooch punting is hitting an end over end ball. Let's see if that's what they end up doing here. He does. He drops the nose and he hits it back. Good height on this one. Really good rotation. The bounce here, not super important, but it is nice when you see that thing check backwards. So a 39-yard punt lands at the 6-yard line. Ladies and gentlemen, we call that an effective punt. It got a good bounce for us to down it if we had gunners going down. So let's see now if he can just repeat it. Pooch punts I tend to find to be the most repeatable punt. So a high-hanging flip punt to the 6 should be something that we see replicated. We're waiting to see if he can do it one more time. So here we go. Catches the snap, drops the nose. This guy's good. Look at the rotation on that one. Did he get it too far? It is close. It looked like it was at the 1 yard line. Touched at the 4 yard line. So at the 6, then at the 4. That is a consistent set from him. He's going to have Max Zuluaga go hit one right now. And let's see what Max has. Jackson Dunn has been incredibly impressive. Incredibly impressive. Consistent on every front. You would want it on. Good hands. Now it's time for Max to send us home for the first 2 punters of the day. So here we go. We're waiting. And there it is. Snap, drops the nose, did have the laces back towards him, which looks like it did not affect the ball too much. A little bit more of an X ball than just the pure end over end. Lands at the 11. It's playable. It's going to be fair caught 100% of the time. Not too mad at that. So it's about a 4.3 seconds of hang time, which is more than enough time for a gunner to get down there and threaten the returner with a good time, dare he catch it. So that ball is going to be fair caught. It's going to be stopped at the 11, and if he lets it go, it's going to be hopefully corralled inside the 10 or the 5. Another one coming down a little short, getting more of the X again on that ball. But a 4-1 lands at about the 15-yard line. So that will probably have it for our first 2 punters right there. Jackson Dunn setting many of the things that we're going to have to beat with a 60-yard punt. He had 5.1 seconds of hang time. He's the overall best ball. That was a 57-5-1. We're about to reset the field for punters 2-1-3. So now later in the broadcast, once we get everything figured out, once we get all that stuff figured out, we're going to be able to hopefully have the TrackMan data processed over to you guys. But right now we've got Badger Hargret, who is LSU punter. Both punters are going to get 1 punt to kind of get their feet going. And then I'm trying to figure out who was the second punter that's going right now. It's Badger and who else? Anybody? Nobody? Hey guys, who is the other punter going? It's Badger and who else? Nate Oss. Oh yeah. So Badger and Nate Oss. So LSU and Robert Morris University are the 2 punters being represented here. They're getting warmed up. They're about to hit a punt. So let's see what happens there. We will be right back when they're ready to rock and roll. They're selecting balls. Why is it still muted? All right. So this is Badger Hargett considered out here, punting, LSU transfer, and then we're going to have Nate Oss also a transfer from Robert Morris. Everybody here's a transfer. I guess that doesn't need to be said. An unacceptable hang time, seeing that in the chat, would be probably, depends on how far the ball is. Once we start getting in college, kind of below 3.8, we start to get to that realm of, you're pretty much opening the door for a big return. So keeping it above 4.0 is usually a pretty good idea. Third ball right here for Badger comes down a little short. First ball was awesome. Started to kind of try to swing for the fences a little bit. That's a trap punters can fall in, where they open up with a really good ball. And then it just kind of, you try to swing a little harder and you get adverse results. So there we go, Nate Ost. That is a good operation right there. Ball coming towards us, going to paint the sideline. Ends up coming down a hair short. 36-3-4-8. It's going to be hard to field, and it took a favorable bounce. But let's see if he can bounce back. That's always the important part, right? You're going to hit good punts, you're going to hit bad punts. But you got to be able to hit good punts after you hit bad punts. So let's see how Nate O's bounces back on the second punt. Good hands, good drop table. And there it is. A little bit of a wobbly spiral right there. But that is very playable. 4-4, 50 yards. That's what you'd want to see. You could build a career off of hitting just that ball. Many guys have done it. Many guys will continue to do it. And we just hope he keeps hitting this ball as he continues here. So, very playable ball. And that's how you want it to be. Open up. If your best ball's not great, that's cool. You bounce back, you hit a good ball, and then you hit a third good ball. Oh, my goodness. There it is. The direction on these has been phenomenal. 4-2, 9, essentially 4-3, 54 yards. So now they're flipping back over, and Badger Hargett is going to be the one punting. Looks like he's reselecting some balls. A couple of them might not have been to his liking on the first round. Ball selection is very important in this event. If you pick a ball that's a little thin and then you hit it even thinner, it could be way worse than if you pick a nice, juicy, plump ball, right? Gives you a little bit more wiggle room to hit on. So right now, he is reselecting, looking for a better ball, and Badger is back up. Open up his first set. His first ball was really good, really clean. Let's see if he can continue to build off of that. Just stay within himself, hit the ball that he wants to hit here. Clean catch, gets the laces up. His release is always a little fast, but that is a perfect ball. 4-2, 53. So 4.2 seconds of hang time, 53 yards on a rope. Really good direction. That ball almost not even being helped by how pure he hit it there. Really tight spiral, didn't really give it much room to kind of float. Let's see if he can just kind of build off of that. Another tight one, but it's got a wiggle. So he's able to kind of get that back down the hash, maybe drop the little inside. 4.29.56. So he's living here. He's hitting the ball far and flipping the field. So from this backed up position, that's what you want to see, is that thing kind of wiggle around and make its way down there. So here we go. His last ball, and strong. And he freaking smokes it. Oh, my goodness. Couple yards out of bounds. 53-4-1, and that's only losing some of that distance because it went out of bounds. Absolutely hammered ball right there. That is incredible. All right, Nate Ost, seeing the set he just saw, hopefully he doesn't try to chase and just hits his ball, and that's a good one. Really good direction right there. It's going to come down outside the numbers. No stayed up, but a very playable ball. 4.354 on a ball that did not turn over. If you can live there, you're very happy because you know that your turnover ball, whenever it comes, is going to be mashed. So kind of chase that one a hair. It's going to come down a little bit shorter than the previous one. A 43.5 is not the end of the world, though. If that's where you're hitting, I know anecdotally back when I was in college, that was always what I wanted my miss it to be. Is 40 yards, a little bit driven, even if it goes nose up. So now let's see if he can recover. Left directional punts for right-footed punters is not always the easiest thing. So let's see now. Catches it, kind of gets that thing a little bit long. Comes down just a hair short again, too. So 37-37. Ultimately what it comes down to. So now they're going to slide up and try to get this going from the midfield. Overall, Badger starting off on the left side, maybe came on a little bit slow, but absolutely got a heater when we moved over to the right side. So now let's see if we can keep going, right? That's going to be the important thing is how do you react? Do you just keep going, keep hitting your best ball? And he gets to continue on the right side here, which is awesome for him. The wind is non-existent at this moment, but when it does pick up, it's a tailwind, and it's going left to right. Huh? Hunters? Like 16? And he catches the top of that one. A little bit of a miss hit right there. So comes down at 46.368. He definitely is going to get the ball downfield. That's one thing you're not going to have to worry about if somebody picks up Badger is you get that thing downfield. You know, he definitely has no problem getting it out there. Let's see what he will do on this next one. A little bit of a stall, maybe resetting his mind, which is not a bad thing. If you ever hit a slight miss hit, sometimes that's what you'll redo. Kind of lost the nose on that one right there. Started to drift up a little bit, which is why you might have seen the miss hit. 3.543. He's going to take a step back, and then he's going to step back into it and hopefully end on a really high note. That's always the important part is not to get too streaky. You can't let one bad ball kill the set. You hope you got to go good ball, good ball, or bad ball, good ball, good ball. So let's see how his last one is. Powerful leg, definitely gets it downfield. And let's see what he does here. A little bit of running around as we're trying to figure out something on the field. Yeah. So last ball, and it's smoked. And it's hammered. So that's what we want to see. There you go. That's how you bounce back from it. 53 4.4. So that is what you want to see. Great ability to bounce back right there. Checked out of bounds at the 9-yard line. So if we're at this position on the field, we're very happy with how that one played out. All right. Nate Ost coming up next. Thank you, Stephen Lewis. I appreciate it, man. We will try to have as best of a 2026 as we can. Hopefully, we'll be doing more of this. So Nate Ost at Robert Morris. 1 year of eligibility, and he looks every bit of it. He's very smooth. He's very clean with his operation. The moment not appearing to be too big for him. People on the live stream, coaches watching, tuning in, and he hits another very just playable ball. He just continues to just strike 3.744, right? And this combine kicking can be tough. You go from like all these warm-ups, and now you're taking these long breaks between kicks. Cameras on you. So let's see what he does now. Ball comes back, clean catch. Kind of catches it off the side of his foot a little bit. That's the danger of the left punt, is sometimes you'll try to force it left, and when your ball's here and your foot comes across like this, trying to push that ball back to the left, 39 yards, 3.3 seconds of hang. Once that happens, you know, you try to get under it, you can kind of get that little ball off the side, send it down the middle. It's a little bit more dangerous going left than it is going right, which is why most punters favor their foot side kick. And he ends here with a wobbly nose-up ball. Looks like it's going to be past 40. 42 yards with about 3.8 seconds of hang time. The middle of the field here for these punters did not serve the first set of punters as well. As we can see when this updates, the best average so far is going to still be Jackson Dunn. Still leading the charge. So let's see if let's see how if these guys can end on a good note. So they're switching sides. Now they're going to get punts 3 through 6 from the middle of the field. Catches once again a little bit high on the ball. A little nose up is going to float. 31.40. So that thing's going to fall down. Pretty good direction. Ends up near the sideline there. So let's see if he can come back left. The first time was a little bit of a harder direction for him. Sometimes these mishits can compound. They can start to get into your head. You can start to try to overthink your own form. It makes you not trust yourself. So let's see if he can just stay calm, breathe through his process here, just step out, step back in. He did a pretty good job of recovering on the last set. Let's see if he can recover here too. Oh my goodness. And that's how you recover. The nose slowly and gently just fluttering down on that one. 5.23 seconds of hang. 60 yards. That is the biggest ball that we have ever seen on this stream. And probably, if I am not incorrect, will hold up for the rest of the day as the biggest ball. That is a special ball. That is a best ball of, when it all is said and done, over 100 points. 112 points, I believe. Goes nose down on that one, or not nose down, but flips the laces down and does not end maybe on the highest note, but he has definitely sung the highest note in the middle. Insane ball to send that set off with 5.23 seconds of hang, 60 yards. How many feet high? 89. That ball was 89 feet high, which, for those who are interested, I hit a ball yesterday that was 89 feet high, but had about a full second, or a full tenth of a second less of hang time. So here we go, Nate Ost. Hopefully we'll not chase that ball, but that is an amazing ball to open up his directional right set. Good distance. And a nice 4.36.52. Down inside the 10 where it landed. And that's what you want to see from this area of the field. You want to see these guys just turn over punts. So not everyone's going to hit a 5.2. We're not even going to hold it against him if he's hitting 4.3s to 4.7s. That's what you're going to see in games. 5.2 is a very rare, very special ball. And here he comes again, and he hits another good one. Let's see if that nose gets over. It does. So that's going to probably help the hang time out a little bit. 4.8 or 4.4, 4.38 to 4.4, 52 yards. Yeah. Land on the 9, outside the numbers, which is what you want to see. Good direction. This guy is showing he's locked in since his directional left set. This is an awesome bounce back set, and exactly what you want to see as a coach. If you're a coach watching this, like I said, not everybody's going to have a perfect set, but, you come out, you rinse it out, you come back for the next set, and then you come back here a little bit off the outside once again. Nose kind of stays up, and he drives it, and it's about a 41.33. So pretty playable set right there from those two guys. And now we're about to switch the camera over for the flip punts. So let's see what they do on their flip punts here. Looking forward to seeing these two guys hit some good flip punts. Now, the best Pooch punt score is a little bit had a technical difficulty on, but we're going over to Badger Hargret. See what he has, the LSU transfer, seeing what he has available for him for the flip-flop Pooch punts. Now, of course, somebody could. Oh, we're actually going to. Oh, never mind. Yep. So they're snapping the ball from probably around the 45-yard line. So you'd like to see this thing be about 38 to 40 yards to get it inside the 5. 40 plus is pretty good. We get a great bounce on that one. 44.24 probably puts that ball right at the 7-yard line. So that is a very good ball. Took a good bounce, so whether returner wanted to fair catch it or let it go, it was going to end favorably for whatever team Badger's on. Let's see if he can continue to repeat this process. The bounce on this can sometimes be a little bit finicky. It can be a little bit luck-based. So we don't take too much consideration to where it bounces. We'd like to see that initial landing point be good. This one a little bit more driven. Did he get too much on it? It is kissing that goal line to the 1-yard line. There you have it, folks. We'd like to see the ones to the 1-yard line take a nice little bounce. And I appreciate the kind comment. This is a pretty cool event that we get to put on here. Lexington, what's going on, man? Glad you could tune in and check out. We're in the middle of the Pooch punt competition, the Pooch punt portion of everything. So here comes the last Pooch punt for Ost. Or this is the first Pooch punt for Ost, and he might have gotten a bit too much on that. Never mind, to the 1-yard line. So, great ball right there. We like playing them to the 1-yard line, especially in college where you got free releasers. You definitely want to play that thing a little closer to the goal line than in the NFL. The NFL, it's a different game. You kind of want to aim more towards the 12 to the 8-yard line. In college, Man, put it on the 1 if you can. So here he goes. Punt number 2, and he might have just done it again. Good rotation. Can we get... Oh, and we got a beautiful bounce right there. Alex Bachetta able to make it into the chat today. Congratulations to Alex Bachetta, just committed to Georgia Tech, so he will not be attending one of these events because he has already made his job transferring. Very easy by committing to Georgia Tech. So now we're going to be switching back over as we are getting ready for the next 2 punters to go. I will see you guys in a couple of seconds. All right, and the new punters are up, ladies and gentlemen. So the punters right now is going to be, I believe, David. Some of these last names. So David Auble, and then is it Colin McGovern? Okay, so David Auble previously played at Carson Newman, representing D2 universities. We love to see it. And then we also are going to have Colin McGovern, who was at Alfred University. So both have a couple years of eligibility they're looking to use. Both can hit some good balls. The ball to beat so far is still a 65-23. We've had some other big punts. Jackson Dunn hit a 5-1-57. It was Badger Hargret who hit a 65-3. And you can see that the leaderboard is updated. So Zuluaga has an 87.99 average for his total score. Jackson Dunn, the most consistent so far, 94.43. Pretty good average, and that average is being determined by the average of each ball. So I believe this is a test punt here. This is the live one? Okay, so that was our first live punt. 53-8. Guys having no problems getting this ball downfield today. Despite the weather conditions, it is a little bit chilly. It did not warm up like we might have hoped. And the rain is steadily just drizzling down. Very light, just enough to keep everything a little damp and a little bit uncomfortable. But you from the comfort of your home are just getting to watch dingers, which is where we all wish we could have the dream of doing. 45-3-5-3. Let's see if he can dig himself out of a little bit of the backfield here. Start off with a couple low ones. He's got to just keep his composure and hit a big, big ball here. Look, you can see him mentally taking a reset, taking a second, sets the ball, and that's how you do it. That is a great shot right there. So out of bounds, 40 is only a 44-0, but that 40 is only from where it goes out of bounds at. So that is 40 yards of net. And if you go look up what the average net in college football is, it is not 40. So playable ball, we will take 40s out of bounds every single day of the week. And here it goes. Carson Newman punter. Get some good hang. I like the launch trajectory that's leaving his foot. A couple yards over 44-4-2. If we can turn one over here, we might see something special. He is putting some good angle on this ball. So that's what you kind of want to see is, well, one thing we're looking for from these guys too, right? Even on miss hits, it's not just, you know, the if a ball is going to turn over. Not everybody's going to turn over a ball. You want to see kind of how it leaves their foot. What trajectory? Are guys hitting them up? Are they hitting them out? Are they is it going to play well in a college stadium? Right? Is it still going to be able to keep its line? Is he going to be able to get back on track and lock in for the next punt? So turning over every punt is not going to happen. There's very few guys that are going to come out here and kick 15 punts and turn over 15 punts. It would be unrealistic for us to assume that's going to happen. A little bit of an end-over-end ball to finish the set. So 37-3-7. We call that a ratio ball in the industry. Of course, we'd like our ratio to probably be closer to 40-4-0. So far, you can see that everybody in the leaderboard so far is averaging above 44-0. That's going to be the gold standard. It's obviously, in these conditions, not going to be an easy thing to do. So the more guys that do it just shows that level of competition that we're at. So far, having somebody averaging around 95 is an incredibly impressive feat. Jackson Dunn, I think, as you guys will come to find, is really going to stand out, and even show Zuluaga and his punts. A little bit of a lower trajectory on that one, trying to get it downfield. 43-3-3-3 has a good opportunity to just get that ball downfield, right? He's hitting that thing, trying to put some. Let's see if he can spin one here. The last couple have been a little wobbly, almost end over end like. Taking his time a little bit more on this one, and there it is. Sometimes guys can kind of rush themselves, but that's a great ball right there, especially at a combine like this. 54-4-3. That is an awesome ball. Yep, Jackson Dunn has definitely been getting his shout-outs, and as long as he's at the top of this leaderboard, he is going to continue with them. So the Carson Newman punter hits at a good launch angle. Good height on his ball. Doesn't quite turn it over, hits it a bit thin, but playable. 39-39 right there. Like I said, I like the angle that this ball's coming off this guy's foot. Let's just hope he can continue to ride this one out. Find his contact, find his rhythm. The later you get into the day, now luckily we do have a warm-up field behind us where these guys are able to take some practice reps, but the later that it comes throughout the day, well, we might have our first visitor. Nope, that ball stays in bounds. The later it kind of goes on throughout the day, the harder it is for guys to kind of stay super locked in. You know, it's a very hard thing to be on the back end of one of these combines. You do a lot of walking around. Do you warm up at the right time? Are you able to stay focused through all of it? Very much so resembles a game mentality for some of these guys, you know? And that is a ball. Did not quite turn over, but pretty good height and trajectory on it. Closing in on 50. Yeah, 48-4-4-3 on a mishit. So what's impressive about that is it didn't even turn over. So it didn't optimize distance and hang time. It just kind of hung in there and was able to still be a pretty playable ball, which just showing, you know, off his first punt to the untrained eye, they might not have been in love with that. But, you know, to the more distinguished taste, you can kind of see the inklings of a really high quality punter, you know. So you can tell that he was still hitting the ball with like good height. He's got a lot of the good fundamentals in place. So now we just want to see him kind of turn one over, show off that upper end that we kind of know is in there right now. Colin McGovern hits another one, really good direction. Continues to drive him 31 yards, but that 31 once again includes the ball that goes out of bounds. So he's trying to play his angles pretty well. And let's see if he can continue to just build off of this one. Let's see him hopefully catch a little bit of a hot streak here at the end. Tries to waggle down a little bit. You can see that with a 3-9. His directional ability, he's been playing the sideline very well, especially directional left. Maybe almost too well. We'd like to see him keep it inbounds a little bit more, try to push it up, because he's been going far. Don't let the distances confuse you. It is purely because they're going out of bounds and they're getting these shorter ones. Ends on one, inbounds, I believe. 41-3-4-9. Able to keep it in bounds and lands right on the sideline. You know, and at the end of the day, college is really a distance and directional game, you know? So how much hang time? I don't want to say is irrelevant, but if you're making a returner have to sprint to a sideline to potentially make a catch, you know, you don't hate that. You don't hate forcing these returners to have to make these decisions, because if he lets that go, those balls have all taken pretty good rolls. Carson Newman punter back up. Oh, he is getting hot. That one taking a nice little wiggle down, lands right out of bounds. 4.34-42. The TrackMan, very accurate and very unforgiving when it comes to where it marks these things out of bounds at. And not too unlike what a ref will do to you in a game. So might have had a couple extra yards on that in an open field punt, but overall playable ball. If you average 42 for your net for a day, your coach is getting a raise and you're getting a smack on the butt saying good job. So this one lands back in the field of play, but pretty decent distance. 44-40. So just hitting the ball really well. At the end of this one, we're actually I'll show you some of the numbers so you can kind of tell what we're seeing and give you some comparisons. All right. But right now we are going to let the Carson Newman punter take his last punt here. and it comes a little off the side of the foot. Might have been going for it, lands out of bounds. 354.19. So happens to the best of us. I remember in college, my second home game ever, first punt was 11 yards out of bounds. So that's the standard of kind of what can happen. It just happens. It happens to everybody. It'll happen to you if you ever punted. So don't think it won't. Drives another one. Colin McGovern does. Takes a nice little bounce. 46 yards. I mean, he can flip the field. He's getting the ball downfield. 3-5 hang time. So a school with some speedy gunners who trust their coverage unit definitely be interested in a guy that can get the ball down there. See if he continues. He's taking a second to kind of take a breath. Lock back in for a very important final set here. Catch. Good hands. His operation is very clean too. That's another thing we can harp on here. That's a very far ball. So that one, 57.39. That's the other thing, is I knew once this guy caught one, these things were going to be taken off. He's definitely hitting some missiles, right? They've just been a little wobbly, so they haven't gotten the full effect of what I know is down there. So let's see if he can end on a good one. But yeah, any team looking for somebody who just can get the ball as far downfield as possible will definitely be interested in seeing a guy who, even on this one, is a little bit wobbly. It's going to be 40 plus. It's a 45-yard punt, you know? If you want to know that as long as this ball touches this guy's foot, it's going to go 40 plus yards, this might be a guy you're interested in. And there are going to be some people looking for that. So how many punters are left? I think there's a total of 16 punters or 15 punters, and we've gone through 4. So this is the fourth guy right here, and we're not even done with 4 yet. But we've done guys 1 through 3. 33.416. But yeah, there are some good punters here so far. There's definitely been a good group of punters coming through, kicking some good balls. The best ball of the day still stands at a 65-2-3 that we saw, but oh my goodness, that has some hang time on it. Didn't even turn over. A 4.845. That is a very good ball. I knew he had that level of hang time in him. I expected it. It's good to see it come to fruition here. All right, so let's see now if he can hit another good one. He's taking a second, getting his mental back right, rinsing it out between punts, and there it is. Oh my goodness. Talk about getting hot at the right time. A huge ball. 54.47. That is what we are looking for here. So that's the ball that I kind of knew was going to be in his back pocket. The wind right now is beginning to pick up. It should be more of a crosswind for these punters, a left to right crosswind, which is for righties a pretty favorable wind for them. So let's see if he can on these Pooch punts. So now Colin has been kind of hitting a little bit more of drivers, which can play really well in the Pooch punt territory. Getting that ball downfield, pitting it inside the 3, sometimes it coming in at a lower trajectory just causes it to just kind of hit and skip a little bit more than just bouncing straight through, where that up and down Pooch punt can sometimes just hit and take off. So I don't hate the lower trajectory Pooch punt if that's what he's going to be hitting. There's also a whole variety of different balls he could hit as far as coffin corners. We haven't seen a banana yet. I'd imagine that is in play for this side of the field. But just based off how he held his hand right there on his practice swing, it looks like he'll be doing a standard end over end punt. So we'll see if that's what he's got in store. 2 balls here. 2 balls for the rest of your life. Colin McGovern hits it a little low. End over end. Good direction. Checks out of bounds. At the 15? All right. Out of bounds at the 15. Guaranteed inside the 20 stat. No chance for a return here. Let's see if we can get one maybe a little bit further and kiss that 8-yard line. That would be the ideal ball. So let's see if he's got it. He's locked back in. Found his spot. Drops the nose. Contact maybe a little bit too low. Side spin's going to pretty much bounce forward every time. 43 yards. 2.8 might be a little hard to have a gunner down there in time, but assuming they've got a speedster, somebody could have been down there to potentially nab it at the 5-yard line. Now, he has had some pretty good hang times. Let's see if he continues that here on his Pooches. He had a couple 4.7s and 4.8s in the previous set. That's what we're looking to build off of here. Catches it, drops the nose. A little bit of a different style on that one. Kind of knuckles it. We'll let it take the bounce on this one. It was eventually corralled at the 10-yard line. You'll notice he kind of has it and kind of just tilts his wrist down. A lot of guys will go for more of a bottle cap hold on their Pooch punts, and he just kind of lays it out there. So don't hate it, but let's see if he's intentionally trying to knuckle it or if we're going to get more of a standard end over end here. We'll probably find out on this punt. Do see a better end over end punt here, and it is hanging. That thing goes up, comes down, comes out of bounds at the 17-yard line. So both of those are going to end up inside the 20. Pretty good set from the two punters here. So not a bad ball, and we got two more guys already lining up, getting ready to rock and roll. So we're going to switch to this, because this is something that I found interesting that we can show you guys. And this is some of the data points that can be used to determine, what level some of these guys are at. So these are some averages that we can see on the TrackMan data. And you can see here, ball speed for like a D2, D3 potential guy, right? 58, 4.5, 58 ball speed. So that's miles per hour. That's how fast it's leaving their foot. We can start getting some of those numbers to you here. We're still hopefully actively working on trying to fix the TrackMan to get it till we can. I'm not sure how far we are on that. But then we also have, launch angle of 45. These are just some things, but most importantly, if we look at the numbers over here, a 44.1 is kind of what we're looking for a potential D2, D3 guy, right? D1 is 42.42. Those small changes, they're hard to get because it's over large sample sizes, right? But then we see if you're going to be P4, you're going to have to be hitting essentially what Jackson Dunn was hitting. So far, he's been the one to really show that P4 potential with that 95 score equivalent to well over a 4.6, 4.6. Which is what we're looking for. So Jackson Dunn really just locked himself in. Let's go ahead and cut back to the punters here. So Dunn still remains at the top. Ost was able to get up into the top 5. And we've got Lekowski coming up next. Lekowski and I mean either. We'll hear the name of the next guy in a second, but yeah, Lekowski has a couple years left, and Cale Purvis. Okay, so Cale Purvis, he's going to be a combo kicker. So these combo kickers, they're so Matthew Lekowski here, American University. Let's see what he's got in the tank. It'll be interesting to see some of these guys. He is swinging at that ball. Now, that one's going to come down a little bit short. It's going to be a little inside. But to the untrained eye, you might not tell that he's got an absolute hammer of a leg, right? That was not the cleanest hit, and it still went 41 yards with almost 4 seconds of hang time. So you can expect that if he catches a hold of one, this thing is going to take off. He put some good momentum into it. Nice turnover there. Still not maybe even the cleanest turnover. Kind of had a interesting flight path, but a 43.44 essentially. Bad place to be. So he's getting ready for his next one here. Last directional left. Takes some good steps. Kind of lost his drop right there. So 3.3840. He's still able to get it downfield, which is pretty nice. So overall, pretty good ball. And so now I believe the combo guys are going to get less punts than just the true punter. So they're just going to get 2 right, 2 left. And they're just looking to show off the fact that they can punt, sometimes just in mayday situations, so they can get the ball downfield and are comfortable catching a snap. There are some kickers who, if you put them back there, would probably not even be able to field a snap. So these combo guys just like to show that at the very least they can catch snaps, they can hit some spirals, they can get you out of a tough situation if your punter goes down. And in this case, they can absolutely hammer a ball 55 yards, more than passable for a combo specialist. It's rare. You don't see too many places have a guy do all three, but I think that if you're hitting 4-3, 55-yard punts, you're definitely putting yourself in candidacy to do all three for a school that needs a guy to do all three. So Zukowski back up. Now he's going directionally right. I really like his footwork. It's just it's super tight and explosive, and you can see the result of that explosiveness right in front of you. Hammered ball, 54-4-8. That is a big ball. That is a very playable ball. And you can kind of see, like, he takes two little short steps. I don't know how much you're going to be able to see on the stream itself. It is a little dark. We are a little far away. But he just really two quick steps and just explodes up through the ball. A little reminiscent of, I'd like to say, my own punting style. Just fast, short, explosive, getting the most that we can out of our punts. So that one's a 3-3-39. So the drop right now seems to be the one that if he just kind of cleans that up a little bit, you've got something special here. He's really got a lot of favorable things going with his momentum. Catches that one a little thin again. So comes down 3-6-2, 40 yards, still able to hit it pretty clean. So now everybody's moving up. We're going to do some midfield punts, which is what we all want to see. So now Kale Purvis going to the left. He is moving, so he's taking, like I said, significantly less reps as a combo snapper. Or as a combo punter, not a combo snapper. Every snapper is a combo snapper. So as a combo punter, he's taking less reps than the rest of the guys. And his leg is live. That is for sure. It is high. It is up there. It is a pretty good ball. 39-4-1-8. Let's see if he gets another one. Here, able to turn one over. Very live leg. Yeah. So for that, just delete all the extra. Yeah, because. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, delete all the zeros and stuff like that because it'll mess up the averages. There you go. And he hammers that one. That has a really good little float, a little wobble down on it. 58-496. Kale making a pretty good case that for his combo kicking abilities. That is not your mama's punt right there. That is a big explosive ball that we do not that we do not see very often from everybody. That is a really good ball. All right. Tosses his drop just a little bit and doesn't quite catch it. Yeah. 33-0. Let's see if he can just lock back in. Those are one of those punts that might be able to derail you. Let's see if you can lock back in, stay calm, and just hit your ball. Yeah, unfortunately, the transfer portal while we're doing this it can leave guys stranded out on the streets. So we're trying to give guys the best opportunity. We have coaches tuned in live, ready to see some of these punters and show what they've got. So 41-389, very playable mishit ball. Something that if you hit it in a game, you wouldn't be mad. Obviously, at a showcase, you want to see only the best of your own punts. But, as a guy who's been to more showcases than some of these guys even knew existed, it is perfectly reasonable to hit a ball like that in game. It's also worth noting he is a lefty going right, which is going to be his tougher side to punt down. That one, 4-5. 4.5, 46. Perfectly ratioed ball. It's literally a 4.58 second hang time punt on 45.8 yards. You could not get more ratioed if you wanted to. So pretty much a guaranteed fit air catch. Now he's going to go left. Should be his stronger side. Let's see if he's able to pull it off. But yeah, there are kids that end up not getting picked up. We've got a lot of talent at this class. At this showcase. There should be most of these guys getting picked up. Obviously, nothing is guaranteed, and there can be guys that get offers maybe to a school they don't want to, particularly find their hearts pulling them to, end up not taking it, and then ultimately take themselves out of the college football equation for a year. That has happened to some guys. Hopefully, all of these guys will find themselves at homes. Your favorite coach watching right now could be watching the stream. I know we've had some big schools call in. I don't know how much I'm allowed to tell you about which schools are watching, but I do know that there are some Power 4 schools actively tuned in as we speak. Power 4, FCS, definitely some D2, D3 guys watching, potentially figuring out who could have a home for them next year. Ball's got some great height on it, ends up being a little bit thin, but a pretty good apex. And when I say apex, I just mean, it should sound straightforward, but it's just the top where that ball finally reaches its height at. So you can see some of our max apexes on the highest balls have been around 89. Even though that one came down fast, that was a 73. Those aren't two different, planets from each other. It's still a good ball, has some good height to it. We just got to see it get a little bit more of a rotation, a little bit of a float like that. That is exactly what I was talking about. That thing turned over, hovered down, hit a nice little bounce. Had the same height for what it's worth. Still had a 73 height, but a whole 0.3 extra seconds of hang time. So that's why seeing that thing spin, seeing it just take a nice little float down is kind of what you're looking for. So now Cale Purvis is back up for his final two Pooch punts. This guy has gone ball for ball with some of the best hits we've seen on his spirals. He's hit some really good ones as a combo kicker, punter, specialist. So now let's see what he can hit on his Pooches. A catch, an end over end Paul. Pretty good rotation. This kid's pretty good for a combo guy. Takes a good bounce inside the 10. Lands at the 11. My apologies. Not inside the 10, but lands at the 11. Ends up being a pretty good ball, but nonetheless. So fair catch guaranteed every time on that one. No coach is ever going to be mad at it to make a team have to traverse 89 yards if they want points. Never going to be a bad situation. And let's see if he can put somebody in a worse situation. Catches off the instep, but that was way further. We are getting close. That might be right near. Lands at the 1 yard line. Really, that's the 45.5. That's the half yard line. With 4 seconds to get down there, 45 yards to cover, a gunner has got a chance because they're leaving as soon as that ball gets snapped, so they get the additional time of the operation. Gives them about 6 seconds to get 45 yards. This one is up and up. Unfortunately, coming down maybe a bit short. Guaranteed fair catch, so ends up being a 21-yarder, fair caught at the 25-yard line. But if let bounce, they are going to be punished as it rolled down inside the 10. Here you go. Second one, let's see if we can get downfield a little bit more. Puts it up again. Going to be a little bit further than last time. Lands at the 16-yard line. So that will play. Both of those are going to end up being fair caught, and immediately we see our next two punters coming back out on the field. So far, we have had some high-level kicks. Some very impressive punts, but leading the charge still is going to be Jackson Dunn, and Purvis is holding on, just overtook the number 2 spot. Limited sample size of only 4 punts on the open field, which is what our average is pulling from. But if you ask me, that's almost more impressive. Got less opportunities, made the most of them, and as a combo guy, that's what you want to see. So he averaged essentially 44 yards with 4 seconds of hang time, with 4.4 seconds of hang time, and that is a pretty good set. Still holding on to the best ball is a 60-yarder that we've yet to see broken. The best hang time is still a 5.23. And now we're moving on to just kickers that punt. So smaller sample sizes for these guys, which means if you get hot, you got a chance to really put your name out there in a quickness. Right now, still our top 5 on the leaderboard is going to be Jackson Dunn, Purvis, Zulu Aga, Hargret, and Oast. All ended up being in the top 5 for us right now. So now these guys are going to be kickers that punt. They got a chance to put their name out there, not just as punters, but they're going to come back later. They're going to hit kickoffs. They're going to hit field goals. So now everybody, we're going to get 3. So now everybody's hitting 6 total punts. Yep. Okay. So Peyton Argent last year at South Carolina. We've got a Getman, one of the Getman brothers. The other Getman brother currently playing in the CFL. So let's. Okay. All right. So Josh Hamill is going to be going up first. KP combo guy. Clean catch. Good operation. And that's a pretty good miss hit. So nose kind of stays up on that one, but you're going to see he gets downfield with the quickness. 43.394. So once again, we like to see that these guys have a high floor. If they miss hit the ball, what's that miss hit going to look like as a combo specialist? And being able to see that everything's like smooth. He has a pretty good drop table, leaves it pretty stable the entire time. That one definitely gets downfield a little bit more, has a little float. 49 yards, 4.24. So that is a good ball. So you can see right there, he had a good floor. He has a good just medium ball, and it looks like he probably still has a level above that for when he catches it just a hair cleaner too. So here comes his last ball. Good drop table, leaves it up, and doesn't quite turn it. Kind of wiggles down. Should be about on par with the first punt that he hit. Yeah, it's about exactly what we thought. So 39, 44 yards. Next is going to be, all right, so next is going to be Peyton Argent, an SEC guy coming from the University of South Carolina, going to be hitting some punts. Kind of went a little nose up on the drop right there. Ended up not quite being able to catch it. Well, 36-36 ratio ball. Let's see now if we can recover, get back to the next punt, take a second, step back in, and be able to turn one over. Pretty good operation so far. See if we can control that drop a little bit. Nose try to sneak back up on him again. It's causing a little bit of that inconsistency that you're seeing, but it's not a bad ball either. 44.355 is still a very acceptable, playable ball. One more attempt on his first set to really keep this thing rolling. There it is. Nose stays down, and there it is. Absolutely hammered punt. The wind picked up just a hair. 64.76. So the breeze picked up just a little bit. Sometimes that can be just that adrenaline to kind of make guys feel comfortable, right? When you know that there's a breeze at my back, and even if I hit it, a little thin, it's still going to go far. It kind of lets you open up and swing more naturally, which sometimes produces just better balls outright. So here comes Jacob Getman. Hits one, nose stays up a little bit, but golly, every bit of 50 yards. So 4.1750 is a pretty playable ball, especially for just standing there doing nothing, watching everybody else punt for a couple seconds. And now he's getting another chance here. Good drop table, turns that one over. See ya later football. Coming down way downfield, could be 46.56. 4.656. Absolutely hammered ball. So let's see right now. Can you end the sit on a good one? He had a pretty good first ball. Really good second ball. Ends the third ball, trying to drive it a little bit. Wiggles down, could be around 50 50 yards. 51 or 4.7, 4.8, or sorry, 4.8, 48 yards with about, 40 yards of hang time. Or 4.2 seconds of hang time. So going Old Dominion punter here. Good drop table. Comes a little bit off the side of the foot for the lefty. Gonna make it to around 40 yards. 38 yards with 3.61 seconds of hang. So playable ball. Let's see if he can. And he is now going to attempt our first rollout punt of the session. So let's see here what he's able to cook up for the rollouts. Catches, he moves. Oh my goodness. That's sniffing 60 right there. 6470. What's the exact number on that one? 59.6. So 60's holding on is the best distance so far. An exact 60, but he's going to try another rollout. Not quite as clean as the last one. The first one was absolutely demolished. Second one, a little bit of an end over end ball, but still downfield. Very playable if you need a guy to roll out. All right, Peyton Argent back up, taking his next punt here for his final 6. Nose comes up on him again. That kind of seems to be his crux right now, is if he can control the nose of that ball, gives him a more playable hit. But nose sort of slipped away from him and fell down a bit wobbly there. So let's see his next punt. See how he bounces back. Nose stayed down. Drives this one. Driven ball. Deep. Past 50 yards. 57-36. Getting that ball downfield in a hurry, which is what we like to see. His last ball. See if he ends strong here. Nose comes. Oh my goodness. I am leaning trying to be able to see this thing from going over the tent. Huge high hanging ball. 4.86, 55 yards. That's exactly what you want to see. That's how to not let your first ball shake you too much when it's not where you want it to be. You come back and you just demolish them. All right. Coming up next, Jacob Gitman. Really good set. Has a chance to be the leader, even though he has a smaller sample size because his first set was that good and that consistent. Has a chance to take this whole thing right from under the nose of Jackson Dunn at the last second. His operation is smooth. His ball is smoother. That thing is a rocket. Tight spiral, probably hurting the hang time of hair, but 4.457 is not something anyone's going to turn their nose up at. At least not anybody who knows anything. But now it's about consistency. Hitting that same ball 2 more times might have him be our leading punter on the day. So let's see what he's able to do. That's going to be a playable ball. Nose kind of comes up on it. Comes down close to 45. 46-436. Once again, really good ball. Now it's just time to end strong. One last ball to send it home for the Gitman brother. I guess it only makes sense when you know Noah's Gitman first, like how I did. This is just the original Gitman to you all. But he ends on a good one. Tight spiral, but that rotation kind of helps it float a little bit. 47-42. Okay, and we're moving on to our last 3 kickers that are going to be punting. We've got Bella Shank, not Christian Higgins. Let's see, Peyton Argent. No, we'll see. He'll say the names again. But we got the last 3 kickers that punt. So far, it's been a pretty good performance from all the punters so far. Jackson Dunn still leading with Gitman being close to overtaking him. Pulls him back into second place. And you can see it is neck and neck. Dunn, of course, just being on a different level earlier, hitting a couple massive punts that are able to keep him up in the lead. And like I said, I knew that some of his punts were going to be able to keep him out front. I did not know he was going to stay out there the entire way. But that is an impressive performance from Jackson Dunn. The kickers behind us are already getting warmed up, getting ready to hit some field goals. So here comes Bela Schenk. So Schenk has a very interesting story coming over from Germany, the homeland of my mom. So shout out to my mom if she's watching this. We have a German punter here. He's got a full rack of eligibility. Loses his nose a little bit on that one. Ends up coming down a hair short. Little wobbly. 3.8, 34-yard punt. Looking over at some of the metrics, still had a decent apex. We just quite didn't maybe make the best contact with that ball, but a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff shows that it's got some hope if we can turn one over here. Nose stays a little flatter there, and you can see it's a better contact. Maybe dropped a little inside. Past 40 yards, though. to 45.379. So getting that one downfield a little bit more. Let's see if he can end the day strong here. Or not end the day, but end the first set strong. So first ball, sometimes you just got to get it out the system. Second ball was better. Third ball, a little wobbly, nose up. Ends up being a 43.3 at 4. Next is up is going to be Dean Roberts. 3 years left and has a red shirt still. Delta State guy, D2 baller, right? Which is great. That's what the channel is built on, is D2 balling. So now he's going to hit another punt. Ends up catching a little bit off the side, kind of wobbles down. These guys have been sitting around for a while. So unfortunately, sometimes you might just have to get one out your system. It stinks that it happens that way, but we don't have kicking nets on the sideline. We can kick on a different field, but there's been a lot of waiting for your opportunity. So there it is. That one's out. Let's see how he bounces back. And that's exactly what you want to do, right? Turns it over, good ball, wiggles on down, gets to a nice ratio ball, 43 or 44 yards with 4.3 seconds of hang time. So that's exactly what we were looking for right there. Now he's got a chance to cement his bounce back, and it's going to unfortunately slide a little bit off the side of the foot again. $36.34. Next, we've got a University of Arkansas transfer. This might be Arkansas Monticello, but it might just be Arkansas. But University of Arkansas transfer. Here you go. Let's see what he's got in the system. He is putting some power behind it. That was a little slappy, and I can tell because that slap was loud and clear over here. So he's hitting it fast. Pretty good apex on that one of 60 feet in the air. But 36 yards, 3.85 seconds. If he catches one clean, you might see a ball fly here. I can tell he's putting some power behind it. Catches another little bit of a wobbler. Comes down probably close to 40. So 41 yards, 3.5 seconds of hang time. For our combo specialist, right, this is more a showcase showing they can do it to a degree. Sometimes it's less of what their primary goal is going to be, but just something to show that they can hit it, and sometimes they're even just a tweak or two away from being a very consistent player at all three at whatever level they're trying to play at. Many of these combo kickers are going to be more focused on field goal kicking and kickoffs, but still some pretty good punts, as we especially saw from Getman, who hit about the best set of the day as anybody we've seen. So next we're back up to Belashank, trying not to let his last name become an indicator. It's always, as a kicker or punter, dangerous to go into the field with a last name like Shank, but he has done it anyway, and he's overcoming with a hammered punt here, overcoming the Shank. We'll have to rename him to Bellow Missile, 45.433. What a ball. All right, Shank's coming up on his next ball. Seems to be locking back in. Huh? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Hits a little bit high on the ball, coming down a little bit short. 38.398. A lot of the good fundamentals in place. Really impressed with how quickly he gets his drop table set. Pretty nice feature to see there. Shows some good bones in his ability. He just catches it, sets it very smooth after he gets it set. Sometimes the release can be variable, but good ball. That one had some good angle off of his foot right there. 36.424. So next, the Delta State punter. Delta State, renowned D2 program, for those who don't know, has had some pretty good years, at least when I was in college back in 2019. They were always a pretty good team. And let's see what their punter has to offer. He has to offer an absolute missile of a punt, is what it is. And we will accept that offer. 51, 4.2 seconds of hang time. We are taking that every day of the week. Absolute massive ball. Let's see what we've got on the next one here. Really clean drop on that one. Comes a little bit off the side of the foot, but this time less of a wobbler, more of a nose up, tighter spiral punt. 43 yards still with 3.6 seconds of hang time. Here comes his last punt. Time to just lock it in. And it is downfield in a hurry. So that's going to be hitting around 50. Pretty good little bounce. 49-4-1 for a punt. And that will play. So hits a just well-driven ball. Never going to be mad at something like that being hit as the water is slowly trickling into the tent here. I'm going to be moving some stuff. The University of Arkansas punter up next. Transferring out, hitting a high punt. Comes down at 42.376. It had a good apex, but just quite didn't turn over, which is why you see the hang time being good, despite the apex maybe not being, or the hang time not being maybe what we wanted, despite having a good apex. All right, and here comes his last punt of the day. Good fundamentals. A lot of the right pieces in place. Unfortunately for him, didn't seem totally to come together today, but it's got a lot of the good structural things, right? Gets his drop out there. He's definitely not afraid to swing at it, which is you want to see. So the next thing that we're going to be doing is kind of a free-for-all. There's going to be just a lot of guys just kicking, punting. The TrackMan is going to be off during this portion, so we're not going to have some things like apexes. We're just going to be feeling out what kind of punts are going to be hit. Yep, okay, that's fine. We're just going to be feeling out what kind of punts are going to be hit and get a little bit of freestyle commentary on what we're seeing here.
No idea.
Okay, we are moving on back to the punter freestyle event. So here we're going to be able to see some live ops, and we're just going to be able to see some dingers be hit. That's the dream. So I'm pulling out the old stopwatch myself. It's going to be not as accurate. Prepare to see some better hang times than you would see on TrackMan. But we're pulling out the old stopwatch, and we're just getting some live operations. That's the first one, and punts are already flying right there. Jackson Dunn. Is it a surprise to anybody coming out and immediately smoking a ball? I don't know if he's been punting on the field behind us because I haven't been able to see, but he is killing it. We'll also have Zuluaga. First ball out there, a little bit of like a knuckler coming off the foot, but we're just trying to see for the coaches. We're going to have about 5 to 10 minutes of this, just showing kind of what people are seeing. I'm going to be focused on the line to the right. Here comes out Nate Ost to go punt one. Really good spiral. He just hits such a clean and consistent ball. Very, very consistent ball to ball, but the line containing Ost, Zuluaga, and Dunn is going to be a pretty stacked one. So Dunn back up to punt again. Super clean operation there. I was able to get the hang on this one as it comes down. Comes out of a 4-4. And it's nice when you see that kind of ball go nose up and it still is able to get to a 4.4 seconds of hang time. I'm not sure if you guys are able to be following along like I am because there's so much going on. Zuluaga just hit a missile of a punt. 4.64 here. I'll get the camera. Hey, I'm just following the people in the right line. So if you just want to look at whoever's kicking in the right line, that's the people I'm following. So that way it's just, you know. But Nate Ost coming back up. They hit another ball here. Clean catch. Good operation. A little bit of a wobbler right there. Still 40-plus yard ball. 3.83 seconds of hang time. So this group right here, really what it's doing is just kind of showing the coaches how these guys operate off of a live snap, live kick. Carson Newman punter just hit an absolute torpedo. Super fast spiral. Nose almost came down too fast. But super tight, super high velocity rotation sort of punt here. Zuluaga back up. This also kind of freestyle event kind of takes some of the pressure off, you know? Lets these guys just open up on some balls. He just hit a 4.6. Looked like it about a 55-yard ball. So that'll play. Zuluaga taking 2 back-to-back ones here. Or no, that's not Zuluaga. That's...
No, I'm talking about the rain.
Unfortunately, that one comes down a little bit off the side of the foot here. Here you go. Up to punt right now. Should be an interesting one is Badger. Badger can hit an absolute ball. As we're seeing on the other line, a massive one being hit by Dunn. But Badger going to outdo himself right there. 4.44 looked like about 60, maybe 61 yards. So huge ball there that we get to see. Up next, Zuluaga. Coming back, hits a little bit of a wobbler. But we're just kind of swinging through, letting guys see some. If I had my cleats, this would be the time where I would have popped out and hit a ball or two. Just to show them I still got it. Just forgot to stop the stopwatch there, so somebody just hit an unofficial 6-second punt. But of course, that's just because of user error. And now would be the time if there's any questions to be fielded that we'd go through. It's a very loose structure on this part, just trying to let these coaches who are watching be able to see what's going on. You know, let them see the punters in their natural habitat. Let them see what's happening here. So, and what we actually might be able to do as well is get the camera over the TrackMan, because the TrackMan's working, the connectivity to the computer and the OBS and the streaming system is what is maybe not up to snuff right now. But punts are just still soaring through the sky up to this point. And they are recalibrating the TrackMan right now to get it ready for field goals. So let's see how that ends up going. That's not mine. Yeah, you can cover it if you want. Yeah, we're still live. So, okay, but the next time you guys see me, I'll put on the Be Right Back screen. The next time you'll see me, we are going to be ready to rock and roll with the field goal kicker. So right now, let's cut back to the scoreboard. So right now, we still have Dunn leading the charge. This will be the final scoreboard for punts. Dunn and Getman are leading the charge. Purvis and Zuluaga coming in pretty close behind in pretty playable spots, and Hamill's still right there. Really good top 5, really consistent. Everybody averaging pretty much over that 4.2, 42 range, which is what you'd want to see for Division I punters, which is where a lot of these guys are trying to find themselves at. So really optimistic moving forward, and I think some of the kicking that you guys are going to see is going to blow you away. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Okay, guys, we are going to be back here in a couple seconds with the field goal kicker. So we have changed location of the table so that way we can get you guys a premium view. So pretty excited for what's about to happen. The kickers are starting to get warmed up and starting to get situated. Yeah, we are rolling right now. So the kickers are getting set up, getting situated right now, getting ready to kick. And we're going to be starting with field goals. So the punting situation is underway. What you're going to see right now is we're going to have most accurate, the best average good from distance. So we can keep up not just with how if it's made, but how made is it? How much extra does it have on it? We're going to have the best average distance, which is just a conglomeration of the good from distance from each individual kick. And we're starting off with 30-yard field goals. So we're starting off with 30-yard field goals, and then guys are going to just kind of move their way through this little obstacle course of kicking that we've got laid out for them. Yeah, can you just move the TrackMan up like a couple feet so I can just see it? And our first kick is good.
Good.
48 would it be the distance it was good from. Now the wind here, the footballs are eventually going to start getting a little heavier, so I wouldn't imagine this staying at a super high good time from 12 feet at the line of scrimmage. So that's what we're looking for. NFL ready is actually right at 12 feet. As for line of scrimmage, that's what we're looking for that number. And we're going to see another one sneaking in there. Let's see if the TrackMan makes it a good. Had snuck in that left upright. Had some pretty good height at the line of scrimmage still. This guy's got a pretty good launch angle. You're good. That ball just gets up with the quickness. So when we're looking at that, that's what we want to see, right? There's a lot more factors when it comes to kicking a field goal at these high levels than just is it going through the uprights. It's got to be able to get over the line of scrimmage. You know, you've got some big D1 guys who are trying to get some palms on the ball, and he is making sure that these guys, good from 55, this guy is striping the ball. Really good height from the line of scrimmage. No chance for really anybody to block these because it's just getting up too fast. You got to think these guys, these big defensive linemen are going to try to get a little bit of a push and then get a paw up there. Usually they're reaching close to 9. If they get a good jump, they can get up to around 11 feet. So having that thing at 12, especially 12.9 like we just saw, guarantees there's not really going to be a chance for that to be an issue moving forward, which is what we like to see. So next here, sorry, we had a little extra graphic on the screen. Right here, we see another striped hit. Good from 50, starting off. He's still at his 30-yard. 13 feet and 7 inches. Over 12 and a half feet. And we'll take a look at some of the graphics, which are some of the standards that we're looking for some of these things. But that was a big hit. So now his next kick is going to be from about 34 yards out. Taking his time here, lining everything up. It's worth noting these are off sticks, you know, but that ball, once again, another very clean hit, consistent ball from 55. And so you're going to see that their make percentages here directly above me are going to slowly climb up until they get to 100. Doing things behind the scenes, you know, there's a little bit of little bit of duct tape and bubble gum holding things together behind the scenes. So we're just going to slowly climb up instead of just being 100% until they miss and dropping it down to whatever percentage it is. So they're going to get 10 kicks and it's going to climb up to ideally 100%. We might have our first miss there. Looks like it was a little bit wide to the right. Just kind of left it out there a little bit. Didn't quite get his hips back around on that ball. Good hit. Had a good from. I would imagine, if it would have made it, but that we don't get the data on that if it misses, which is fine. So next up, we've got a new kicker out here that's going to hit his first 3. So the way that this is going to work is these are going to be in sets of 3. So there's going to be 3 kickers that go. And then eventually there will be, they all take their first 3 kicks and then move on to 3 more kicks that are further back. And his first kick is going to be from the 30 yards, left hash. So this is kind of the standard what we're going to be looking at here. Get you guys used to the system that's going on. So his first kick underway. Really good ball. Really good rotation. Gonna have a good from too. Good from 48. Had 12-11 at the line of scrimmage. So far we haven't seen anybody sort of break down under that 12-foot margin that we're looking for height at the line of scrimmage. So it's been a really talented group of guys. This is going to be able to provide a lot of value to coaches who are looking to get their guy. If you're tuning in here, you would have already seen some high-level punters, long snappers, and now you can see that the kicking is leaving no talent on the table as these guys are performing in what can only be described as some pretty rough conditions. That ball was hammered. Good from 48 again with 13-3 line of scrimmage. So got up fast, getting over the hands of defenders, and most importantly, going between the yellow sticks. So everything you could ask for from these first three kickers. There's only been one miss so far, and it was close, just a little bit outside that right upright. But all in all, been a very, very impressive showing from our first three in what can be described as a very talented group of guys to follow up. So I already see some punters and kickers getting phone calls on the sideline. I would imagine some of these punters getting offers as we speak, and that one was hammered. Might have been his best ball of the set so far. Good from 53, 12-6 at the line of scrimmage. So now Jalen Ballard coming back up. He was the Ole Miss kicker. This kid has a cannon. This kid has a cannon. SEC kicker looking for an opportunity coming from Ole Miss. And let's see what he's got here. So a little bit on the edge of the screen. A little bit thin on that kick, but still a really good ball. All right, coming up next, now going from the middle, it's going to be a 51-yarder that he's attempting. A little bit short-legged on that one, but he absolutely hammered it. 1 second. Good from 57, so he's still got. Okay, going for his last one. So far, he's been perfect. Going from the right hash can sometimes be a little bit harder for righty kickers. Will not be harder for him as he completely crushes it. What an incredible set so far. Okay, moving on. UT Martin kicker. Start. Now, this will work. All right. So, UT Martin kicker here. Had one miss earlier, looking for a big bounce back. Am I lacing up today? No. I've thought about it, but we're leaving the cleats off. Kick is good. Okay, he's moving back 51 middle. Or, oh, 43 middle. Sorry, not 53. So these are 43s here. They're going to have another set of kicks after this that are going to be from 48 to 53. Catches it a little bit thick. Hits a little too much in the middle of the ball. Second miss of the day, but he's going to be able to bounce back and hopefully get one here. So, lining back up from 45. Let's see what he's got in store. Had a miss. Can we bounce back here and just hit a good, clean rotation ball? And he ends strong. Stripes it.
I can stand by the extension. See? Yeah.
Okay. Coming next, Minnesota former kicker, looking for an opportunity, has started off as strong as any, making his first 3 kicks. And that is the way to do it. Good from 55, straight down the middle, about as down the middle as you could want. That is a very clean hit as he's continuing to walk this thing back. Moving back now to 43 yards.
I can grab it.
There we go. 43 yards. Lots of commotion behind the scenes here, but the balls are still flying. Great ball, great height it looked like there. 14.4, that might have been the best height that we had seen so far. Good from 44, but only need to be good from 43, which means it passed, right? That's what we're looking for. So might not be able to keep that same height going forward, but it's good to know that you can hit a ball that kind of gets up like that fast, right? If someone's sending a rush, they triple load or triple team an A gap, got to get that ball up in a hurry, and that's the kind of ball that you want to see. So here's what we got next. There it is. That is the ball. It's just got a really good launch angle. Good from 57. Might be our best from right now. We've gotten 2 good from 57. The average distances of good from is going to go up as this continues. By the end of this, as these guys are going to hit their 48, 50, and 53-yard field goals here, we're going to be able to see those continue. Now, the rain starting to come down. I can see the ball is getting a little bit what looks like on the heavier side, but they're still flying. So talented punters and kickers like this are going to be able to make this stuff happen. Ole Miss kicker Jalen Ballard is going to have opportunity right now. And he hits it, and it looks like it's going to sneak in there. Okay. Jalen Ballard. He hits that one. It might be his first miss of the day. Comes down to the left, as Beyonce once said. So now he's going to be able to hopefully end on a high note. Hopefully that cone doesn't bother him like it is currently. He's got 2 more. Okay, he's got 2 more kicks. Awesome, even better. The cone did end up bothering him. I knew it would bother me. So, gonna move some of these markers around. So he has a chance here. And just like golf, we're gonna lower our voice as to not get into his head. He will not have that luxury when playing for whatever team he'll end up playing for next year. But he shows that whatever talking he hears clearly does not bother him, as he has mashed it, demolished it. Yeah, you're getting the. All right, so we're moving on. 55-yard field goal. He's only had 1 miss so far. So with a chance here to end 90%, this is a premium set so far and might set the tone for the rest, especially with a make from 55. His 1 miss was from 40, or was from 50 yards. So that's in the realm of a playable miss. You're allowed to miss from 50. Let's see how he ends it. Sounds clean, looks clean, gets there. Would have been good, I'm guessing, from 57, 58. Would have been good from 63, it appears. So that is a crushed ball, and we're going to keep backing him up. So now he's back to 60 to see what he's got. And I think what he's got is a big leg that's going to get there. So here he goes. People giving coaching advice, known for being bad luck in situations like this, but it is happening anyway. But it might just sneak in. Let's see what the TrackMan says. Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. We're not gonna. But that was good. He did make it, and we're about to bring the new setup. So best. This is the second. First. Yeah. Oh. We're not in the new guys yet. All right. So we're getting some things adjusted with the TrackMan. So we'll be trying to make sure we can get the 60-yarders in. One second, guys. We're having some technical. Just some slight technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing too worried. We're moving the TrackMan around to make sure we can get those final kicks. So that way you don't miss a single bit of the data that can be extracted or extrapolated from this event. Can anybody give me a dictionary definition of extrapolated? I don't. I know how to use it, but not sure exactly what it means. But sounds good in this situation. So here we go. We're lining up. Oh, because you can't put in yeah, you just put like 12 point something. Oh, the definition of extrapolated. We will get to that in a second, but I'm glad that we have that now, so we can get you guys only the best information here on the Isaac Punts channel. We do punting, we do kicking, we give you definitions of words that you might not need. But here we go. First kick up from 48 yards. He puts his whole leg into it. Ends up coming down. Perfect. Ends up coming down wide right. And now we can tell that with 100% accuracy. Okay, so. No, you're good. All right. Ends up coming down wide right. Going to his 50-yard field goal here. UT Martin kicker. Not letting the conditions rain on his parade. Sends one, and there you go. That's how you bounce back. That is how you bounce back. These are long kicks. Feet and socks are getting wet. That one was good from 61. Not quite our best good from yet. Our best good from is 63 that someone's made a kick from, or that their kick would have been good from. But now he's going to attempt one from 53 yards. Not a gimme by any stretch of the definition. And let's see what he's got here. Sounds a little thin on the hit, but it still's got there because the leg talent is there. Would have been good from 55. He had a couple extra yards on that, and now he's going to attempt a 55. He's going to be able to put the money where the mouth is when we say it was good from 55. So he's lining up to take his shot right now on a 55-yard field goal. Now, off the stick, some people might have their own qualms with that, but it's the best way to really, truly control and let the kicker shine, right? Obviously, there's going to be other variables like handling everything off the snap, but that'll be for, it's going to just quite not sneak in right outside that left upright. So, ends his set going 6 for 10. Had some pretty good froms. Has range all the way back to 61 that we've seen. And now David Kemp's about to go out. Currently has a perfect score, and we're looking to see if he can maintain that. No one so far. We've had Ballard, who had his one miss from 50. Kemp has yet to miss. Let's see if he keeps chugging along here. Lining up, getting his angle. Very calm, not letting the weather bother him. But of course, from Minnesota, this is probably about as close to summer weather as he's going to get, especially during this time of the year. And this one might be wide right, ends up being wide right. So that is his one miss, and it's time now to see if he bounces back. Always what you're looking to see, right? People are going to miss. Misses happen. It's like taxes and death and kickers missing. It's all the three trifecta things that are guaranteed in life. So it's all about making the next one. You hear kickers say that all the time, so now it's just about bouncing back. Got his line, eyeing his ball. It's very twitchy. Might have just pulled that one again. Ends up going a little bit wide left. So let's see if we can sneak in the last two and finish off strong here. So he still has a chance to go from 53 and 55. And I think if he makes that, he'll be able to get to his bonus kick of 60 to show off some of the range, which we know he has, because these things are definitely going far. But of course, the most important part, not always just how far they go, but are they going between the two yellow sticks? So we're going to get an opportunity right now. We do have somebody filming in front of our camera guy, so that is a interesting choice. And this one is also going to be kind of pulled to the left. You can tell sometimes when guys are really trying to just crank one, they kind of overclose their hips a little bit. That's why you sometimes see balls ending up out to the left.
Apologies to the stream.
All right, so from 55, sometimes just making the last one, you can just let your coaches forget about a rougher day, right? Sometimes you just got to make the last one. So here we go. Has all the leg power that he needs from 55. Sounds good, looks good. Try to control it maybe a little too much as it does come down a hair short. So ends up coming down, and we are staying at the 60% mark for Kemp. Really impressive inside of that 48, and then the waiting around and the sitting that happens in between without the kicking net, that can just sometimes get to guys. Still really promising kicker, has some really good leg power, leg strength, is hitting the ball well. And the other important thing, now that we got a second that we're going to go to, is we're going to look back at this TrackMan data. So what are we looking for our field goal kickers? So we get to see ball speed again, but the important thing I want to show you guys is height of the line of scrimmage in feet. You can see it's that 12-foot spot that we're looking for, right? So you see that 12-foot, they're apexing at about 45 feet, less than 75 spin rate, which just shows good consistency. It's like a good strike spot. They're not really hitting these fast spinners. And then that good from being around 60. And we have seen a lot of good from around 60. So let's get back up to these field goals here. So you can see the best average distance has been 55. Now, we do have some conditions that do make it harder to achieve that 60 good from distance here. But, oh, my God, we might have somebody who's going to be sniffing that. It was so far that it has broke the TrackMan. We're not going to tell how good it's from. Just know it's good from a pretty far range. It has been the farthest kick from that distance that we've seen because it's landing up a hill that is behind a net. So now we're going to get an opportunity to see his next kick here. But he has some wicked leg power. His height at the line of scrimmage, even though it's being good from ridiculous distances, that one was good from 57. That thing is crossing the line of scrimmage at 14 feet. You could put Michael Jordan there and have him standing vertical. He's probably not tipping that ball at the line of scrimmage, which is a little bit crazy. So that's what you want to see. No team is going to have a Michael Jordan doing a vertical at the line of scrimmage. But if they did, it still wouldn't quite get home on tipping this ball. So all the leg power in the world, though, little bit left will do it to you. So just outside that left upright. Height of the line of scrimmage there. We see our first one dip down to 11 foot 9 inches. Not the end of the world. interesting, to just see that that's what that looked like. It was a didn't even look like a super driven ball. Had an apex of 38 feet. That guy we are going to keep up with has a wicked leg. Love to see him be able to just string off some kicks, especially when we get back here. So moving on now to Nicholas Drake. So UW Platteville kicker here. D3 school, like all the University of Wisconsin that aren't Madison are. But don't let that fool you. That is some real football up in the University of Wisconsin, as you can see as this one goes straight down the pipe. So that was a 30-yarder, good from 42. Kind of got under it. Height of the line of scrimmage was 11 foot 6 inches. So kind of got under it. Pretty high spin rate. Is that spin rate right there? 822. 822 spin rate, where we want to see just a little bit. Where we want to see that ball spin a little bit less fast. It's just kind of an indication of getting under the ball a little bit. That's still a little bit of a fast spinner, but we're going to see a better height at the line of scrimmage. It's 14 feet right there. Good from, we'll pop up here in a second. Maybe not. All right, looks like we're not going to get the good from data there, but it was good from beyond what he made it, and it was good. So he's got a third kick here from 37 yards out now. Got a chance. Just get on board. Feel comfortable. Catches that one a little bit off the instep, and it's going to sail wide left from the University of Wisconsin Platteville kicker. Next up is Daniel Mathis. 3 years of eligibility left. Junior college kicker, looking for a big opportunity here. This is one of the things I love about this camp. It's going to be hard for junior college kickers to get out as much. It used to be that was like your number one pipeline to go from, high school to develop and then to a next college. And now with everybody just constantly in the transfer portal, the junior college kickers are at a little bit more of a disadvantage than they were prior years. I would like to imagine. So this is going to be a good opportunity to make some field goals. And that's how you're going to do it. That's how you're going to get on the board, is just making the kicks, right? So first kick being made, that role of who makes 100% is going to be, that role is yet to be filled. We have not had 100%er so far. But with coming in here, we have a chance for somebody to break it. So here we go. Second kick from Mathis. Good height on that ball. That is a clean hit as he catches it and gets it back in there. Good from 48. So we're going to eventually have to get some more juice on that. But right now, that is more than enough to just keep backing it up for the next couple of kicks. Interesting thing from Mathis and some of the other guys, he's got a good, healthy amount of tilt on his ball. Some people like it a little bit more up and down. Some people like it a little bit more tilted. Mathis here seems to have a pretty healthy amount, pretty on that outer range of what you'd expect a kicker to like. But if that's what he likes, then who are we to disagree, especially as he keeps making kicks like that? Never going to tell a kicker to change what they do when they're making them. Colin Rogers coming back out. He was an All-American SMU, so ACC powerhouse SMU. All-American, and you can tell why. The foot is lightning, the quad is thunder, the ball goes far. Goodness gracious. Good from 56. Almost towed a little bit. Almost 15 feet over the line of scrimmage. That is an incredibly powerful kick that you guys are seeing here. I don't know how well that's translating, but it is a very big hit. Am I muted right now? It doesn't say I'm muted. Can you guys not hear me? Anybody in the chat, can y'all hear me? But anyway, he's going to keep hitting. Huge.
61.
Huge ball. 13 feet, good from 61. 13 feet over the line of scrimmage when it's kicked. Guys, that is a big ball. As Brock Miller is pointing out, these are insane. These are insane trajectories coming off this guy's foot right now. Really clean rotation on these balls too. Just shows clean contact. He's just optimizing everything that he's doing right now. And he's going to end strong. Golly. Good from 62. Height of 12 foot. 8 inches past the line of scrimmage.
Last one was 61.
45 yards officially good, but oh my goodness. This guy is absolutely smacking the football. There are some teams right now who are 100% looking for kickers, and you guys might have just found yours. Somebody get... He's got the Jake Bates arm wiggle as the secret. You know, you might be onto something there. Sometimes it's in the prep work. There we go. He's going to just make another one. These guys just rolling through now. Good from 49. Good height on that ball, 12-8 as it's going over the line of scrimmage, not getting blocked. Just a nice, clean 40-yard attempt. Let's see these just keep on cooking. Guys on the side trying to stay warm, trying to stay mentally engaged. It can be a grueling task as we get later in this day, and we still have kickoffs. So it's going to be a long day for many of these kickers and punters. So now lining up. Good kick. Gonna just... Yeah, just outside the right upright on that one. That's what I saw. I wanted to confirm, but I believe just outside the right upright. So, good height of the line of scrimmage, a little fast. Just kind of got under the ball a little bit there. And that's what you're gonna be able to see is these guys aren't gonna look night and day kick to kick. It's gonna be did my foot, and you can see just the slight overcorrection on the next one, right? Might have towed the first one a little bit, hit the next one a little thick, a little, try to pull it back in, and now it's a little bit left. So Daniel Mathis coming back out now. I believe he won 100% on his first three, or did Mathis? Yeah. Mathis won 100% on his first three, looking to keep that hopes and dreams of being 100% alive, because we have yet to have one. Best good from right now is still 63. I've got a feeling if that's going to be broken, it's going to be broken by the SMU kicker. So he will be the one to do it. But Daniel Mathis, if there's somebody who's going to hit 100%, he's looking really consistent right now. Ball to ball, kick to kick, looks very good. So this group might be the ones to break some records here. And there it is. That's another one. What I like is you just see the same flight path. The ball just looks the same off his foot every single time. It's not like I'm seeing multiple different kicks. It's giving notes of Cairo Santos for those who are well seasoned enough to know what that means. As we just get to keep going here. Gets just lined up one. Good field goal kicking. And why I could never be a field goal kicker is because good field goal kicking is just a little boring. You're hitting the same ball. You're doing the same thing. You're being consistent. And that's what we're seeing here. Same rotation. Going to be down the middle. Good from 44. Kicking from 43. That's all you need. But backing up to 45, we are going to need an extra yard here. He's going to have to hit it a little bit steeper. That one was 14-1 at the line of scrimmage with almost 700 RPMs. So he's going to have to hit that thing a little bit thicker. But he's got it. 100% has got it in him. Everybody here is going to be able to hit back to 53 easily. I couldn't imagine somebody coming up short on a good ball. It's just about hitting the ball that you need to hit it for this situation and never feeling pressured to try to swing out of your shoes. And golly, he is not feeling the pressure at all. Ice in the veins as he continues to be 100%. Now Colin Rogers, guys, ladies, gentlemen, I am excited to see what this guy's about to hit right here. Going 47 left hash. The entire power of the Athletic Coast Conference riding on this guy right now. Takes his steps parallel down the line, staying on that block line for his left steps. And I can talk about that decision in a second, but first let's just see him hammer this ball. Oh my gosh. Good from 58. 13-5 at the line of scrimmage. So sometimes you'll see guys kind of try to walk more parallel. So instead of walking straight down that line, when they're taking their steps, they'll sometimes kind of come in to sort of reset their angle at the point of attack. It was interesting to see them not do that, but it's not always a hindrance for everybody. Some guys, it's just a comfort thing. Other guys have to do it. Just a different strategy for him here. But now down the middle, gives the nod to his, oh my God, gives the nod to his imaginary holder. Good from 62. 13-7. I would love to see what a driven ball would look like. I would like to see what an 11-8 looks like off this guy's foot. That ball might not be seen again on the continent of North America, but I would like to find out. It might just hit low orbit. Well, let's see. So now from 52, Colin Rogers. Oh my goodness. Awesome ball. He is good from 62 again. He is hitting a rhythm right now. The average height of the line of scrimmage, that was 12.9. 12.9. So he technically could even like hug that 12-foot range, which is what is acceptable for NFL kicking. He could hug that 12-foot range and get a little bit more drive on it, and that would be in the realm of acceptability. Now backing up to 55. He is currently to my left, and we will see what he's got here. The world awaits, and he demolishes it. Is it going to sneak in? It is absolutely going to. Good from 63, tying our best long from, and tying our most accurate kicker as he bumps up to 90. And these will be, the scoreboard will be updated once the set is over, but now he's attempting a 60. The last 60 that was attempted was no good. So let's see, and I believe if he makes this, we will continue to keep backing it up. So now from 60, the rain not bothering him. If anything, it is warming up the ice that's in his vein, and it sits just a little bit short. Just a little bit. You can see on this one, higher rotation, 712. He was hanging out in like the 590s before this. Attempt from 60 would have been good from 58. Just gets a little bit under that one. So really great set. Guys, know that name, Colin Rogers, because you're either going to be playing against him or playing with him if you're watching Power 4 football. So very impressive. So now moving on, Nicholas Drake, D3 kicker. Big shoes to fill. You had a really good. Did he go 100%? I thought he missed one. Well, no, I thought he missed one in the middle. Yeah, he missed one before that, right?
Yeah, he missed one left.
Which one? Yeah, it was the 38 that he missed left. That was his only miss, I thought. It was in the first set. It says 100. Oh, really? Oh, no, that means I messed something up. That's all right. Well, no. Just manually put, just put 90. All right, so his first one was made. Good from 52. Sorry, everybody. You get to see some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. Second kick here, a really fast spinner. Sneaks in off the upright. 50-yarder. Good from 51. Just catching the exact ball we needed right there. As now we get it back up to a 53-yarder. That last one, too, even got a little under it. Almost 900 rotations per minute. You want to see that thing hanging out like near 500 to 450. And that's probably close to the rotations you want, but a little bit back to the left side. Yeah, you missed that one. Yeah, a little bit outside. All right, so moving on. About to attempt a 55-yarder. So far, the best average distance has still been 55 yards on average when they're kicking. But now attempting a 55-yarder. Comes in just a little bit short. So, comes in a little bit short right there. So who ended up having the best, the good from average? Who was that? Was that Ballard that had the best good from average? All right, moving on, Mathis. Mathis has a chance right now to be the only kicker to get 100%. Currently at 100% for his first 6 kicks. Good from, okay, cool. And there you have it. He is going to stay perfect right now. 47, good from 51. And now we're going to 50. The question is going to be, can we stay good from all the way back to 55? That 55 might be the question where before it was maybe if they were going to miss one of the directional ones. I feel confident on his direction. Can we just get the distance here? Absolutely has been knocking him out of the ballpark when it comes to making kicks. Here we go. 50 yards. He hits it. It's got a good ball. It's got a chance, and we're through. 50, good from 53. Let's keep backing him up. Going to the right hash now. 53-yarder. Always has just a little bit more than what he needs on there, which is perfect. Going with his signature tilt. Nice little, I'd call that about 70-degree angle on the ball. And then we get to back him up to 55. About to go 9 for 9, assuming this is a make. Currently 8 for 8. And that one might just be a little bit short. A little bit short on the 53-yard attempt. Backing it up to 55. It's go hard or go home for this one. Not that he's going home, but now is definitely the time to just swing at it. Because we still have kickoffs after this. So if he goes home, that would actually not be good. But here we go. From 55. Left hash. A chance to hang with some of the big dogs in the lead on this leaderboard here. And he hits it clean. It just might not have it. A little bit short on that one. So going 80%, that does have him as the second tied for, or the third best between the two guys tied at 90 right now. Nobody has made the bonus kick. So that's the next tier, is if somebody can be tied at 90 and then have made the bonus. We will be cooking with gasoline. Right now, our next set of kickers is coming up. We've had some really impressive performances so far. Definitely Ballard and Rogers have some huge legs going on. And then, of course, Mathis just impressed with a consistent ball strike. Ball to ball, kick to kick. He looked like he was hitting the same thing. All right, the leaderboard is updated. Oh, not yet. Can you update the leaderboard? Yeah. No, you're good. Leaderboard's about to be updated. We're having fun, man. Yeah. So right now, a chance. Simon Naylor coming from Simon Naylor. I'm sure it'll be on my sheet once I find it. Saw him the other day. Played at Jackson State. So he's got 3 years of eligibility. Played at Jackson State. Looking for a chance to make an impact here, show the coaches what he is capable of. A little bit of an X ball is going to stay left of the upright. Good distance on it. Actually went pretty dang far over the net. Moving on to make a 33-yarder from the middle of the field. Right middle a little bit, but middle of the field nonetheless. Looking to get hot. Like I said, I do not envy anybody that's outside of the first two groups. There's a lot of sitting around, a lot of not trying to overkick, a lot of trying to figure out when the right time to get hot is. And the right time to get hot for Simon is right now. And that's what he's going to do, is he stripes that one. First one was a little bit of a weird contact with it. This one, 58 yards, height of the line of scrimmage is 10-2. Gonna want to see him get it up at hair, but definitely a very playable ball. And for somebody who's trying to, bounce back from a first kick and bounce back from walking around and just kind of waiting all day to do your thing, not a bad hit at all. So, going on, aiming for kick number 3. He is starting off at 1 for 2. looking to end hot, finish his first set at 66%, and that is what he's going to do. It's going to kiss that inside of the left upright. And that said good from 43, but oh, okay, I see. So from 43, we backed him up from the same spot. It would have hooked outside the left upright, but it had a lot of room on it in the sense of it could have gone further. Now, where did this guy say he was from? Middle Tennessee. Okay, MTSU. And yeah, that. Okay, hit the hill. So it was good. Height of the line of scrimmage of 10-9. Gonna have to get that up maybe just a hair, but a very good ball. Really good rotation. You can tell he's just hitting it pure. So moving on now, it had plenty of room to spare. Sometimes on these shorter ones, the good from's going to be messed up because we do have a hill behind the scene. That ball, another one that's going to be good. A little bit of a slower rotation on it. Hit a little thick, 11 feet 9 inches over the line of scrimmage. So that's definitely more on par with what we're looking for. Would have been good from 49 yards. So got a lot of leg from the Middle Tennessee kicker. Got a lot of room to spare in these next few. So looking for an opportunity for someone to take the number 1 spot. And just sneaks in. 38 yards would have been good from 42 before it hit the upright, but had a lot of room to spare in general. Now, the South Carolina kicker. We're all looking forward to see what he has. He hit a massive punt near the end of the session for the punters. Now time to see what the field goal leg has to offer. The kickers here have been completely stacked. There's been some really insane kicks, some really good performances up to this point, and we're looking forward to see what this guy's got to offer. And that ball just popped off his foot. Might not get the good from once again, and that was like a high rotation, a little under the ball kick, 11'8", but 30-yard, or made a 30-yarder with ease. Super clean, super easy. He's still just tapping the ball right now, and that thing just kind of explodes off of it. Going now from 33. Ball just pops. Really good height at the apex. 12'2" over the line of scrimmage. Would have been good from 58. And once again, that rotation is staying in the high 700s. So there's definitely a little bit more he can get on these balls. Taking his time getting into the third kick. No need to rush here. He eyes it. He sets it and just pulls it a little bit. So the road to the first kicker without a miss still live. Simon. No one's what? No. Okay. Simon coming back up. Remember from his first left hash was a little adverse. We can see if it's that would be from South Carolina. I believe it's Joyce from South Carolina. Simon nails that one. Makes from 40. Would have been good from 41 because of the angle, but had more room to spare as far as distance. Moving on to a 42, 43 middle kick here. Yeah. He is also nurturing a little bit of a, don't want to call it an injury, fighting through, being a tough physical kicker, fighting through a little bit of pain, trying to make this thing happen. The transfer portal waits for nobody. 42 yards, good from 48. So he's coming out here trying to change the trajectory for some of these guys of their lives if you end up at the right school. And sometimes, even if you got a little bit of soreness or aches or pains or a slight injury, you just kind of have to tough it out. And that's what he's working through right now. So, and he's doing a good job. Bounced back from the first kick. Hasn't missed since. Is that true? Yeah. And looking right now to make one from 45. He's looking smooth. Clean hit, good ball, straight down the middle. Would have been good from 55. That's what we like to see. Wyatt Joyce, Middle Tennessee kicker, coming up now. It is getting good, guys. These guys are really hitting the ball well. This is a good group. So let's see what Wyatt has got. So far, he had one miss on his first three. Is that correct? No. So Wyatt so far is actually still perfect. Let's hope it stays that way, and it's going to through that kick. Good from 54. Good high at the line of scrimmage, a little over 12 feet, which is what we're looking for. And he stays perfect, so Wyatt will be the one that we're watching to keep the perfection streak alive. You cannot get a more down the middle kick than what we just witnessed right there. It was pretty pure. But moving on now, back to 42, 43. These middle ones, they can lull you to sleep, but he stays awake. And that one has a ton of room at the end. Good from 50. Just a super clean hit. Really good rotation on that one that maybe even almost a little low with the RPMs at 436. We want to see close to 450. But 11'3" at the top. This is a good ball. He's going to hopefully just keep it going here. Backed up to 45. He lines up, he kicks, that thing sneaks back in. And you can see that just the good from 56 is what we're going to need to get all the way back to the 55-yard kick. And his kicks kind of bow in just a little bit. He's kind of got that little bit of the Tyler Bass sort of slice to it. Thanks, man. And that's something that I've seen a lot from some guys. It's always cool to see when it does happen. And it looks like he's making the most of his style of kick there. Next, just a great ball. Did it just go outside the right upright? Just outside the right upright. Ended up not making it. Got an opportunity for a good bounce back kick. The RPMs on that one super high. Can indicate he got a little under it. And yeah, some of these guys do make it look easy. Right now we're getting a kick from 42 that he'll make with 10 to spare. And we're going to be just blown away with. Good from 60, sorry. Good with 18 to spare. I spoke a little bit too soon. So these guys. Okay. So insane kick right there. And we are moving on to the 45-yarder. Gets a little under it, but it's gonna just sneak in. Oh, it's just outside the right upright again. That hurts. That was a great ball, really good height on it, good rotation, but just got a little bit outside the right upright. And now these guys are about to move on back one more time to sort of the longer range kicks. So it's really going to have some guys lock in. Nobody's going to be sleeping on these set of kicks right here, which can sometimes happen from those 40 to 45 kicks, especially when you're, already trying to get yourself in the mindset of how am I going to hit these long range kicks, thinking about that aspect of things. You can kind of get lost in the middle range ones, but now we should be seeing the best everybody has to offer here. Starting with Simon on a 46-yarder. The FAU guy, right? Am I allowed to say it now or no? Yeah. Okay. Simon kicks the ball, and who's right? Good from 59. He has a little bit of a hurt. He's got a little ache and pain he's kicking through right now, but nobody seemed to tell him that. And that ball was smoked. Working around the 50-yard marker. Did not want to disturb it. Yeah, just a nice, easy swing on these balls is sometimes all you need. So here we go. Steps back. A little open up on the hips. Takes his deep breath and swings. A little bit of a thin hit and pushed just outside the right upright. 788 up in that high 700s for rotation, but not a bad hit. Now we're moving on to third kick from this area. So it's a 53-yarder, then he'll have a chance at a 55-yarder. And currently at this point, I believe that Simon is made how many? He is 6 for 8 right now. So we have a chance to end 80%, and that is going to push him into the range of doing that. Good from 61, one of the better kicks of the day. Now we get it back up to 55, and I think if he makes it, we're going to get a chance at a 60. And no one's made the 60 yet. So we haven't seen anybody be able to make the 60-yarder. Making this 55 would push him up to an 80% field goal percentage, which would let him get an attempt at 60. He's lining it up. The pressure right now, palpable. The tension, electricity in the air as he takes his steps. He hits it. It's got a chance. And it's 55. Good from, would you believe it? Good from 55. But that's all it needs to be good from, you know? Is he getting a chance at 60 or? We're good? Okay. So, because of probably some of the aches and pains, we're electing out of it. Don't want. He had one good from 61 earlier. Yeah, it's Joyce. It's one of the Joyces. I believe we have two Joyces. Or we have two Wyatts. We have two Wyatts and one Joyce. Okay, so next up we've got Wyatt Joyce, Middle Tennessee kicker. Has been perfect, if I'm not mistaken, to this point. And looks to continue to be that way. 47 good from 53. Maybe it wasn't the ball hit to his liking, but it was a ball that will keep him on the board and on the track to a perfect showing. Right now? Okay. And guys, we have a huge announcement. Because of this live stream, we just had our first guy get a full ride offer to FAU. Colin Rogers just got offered. FAU was tuned in. They saw an absolutely massive showing from Colin Rogers, had to get on the board. So incredible. And I told you guys, coaches are tuned in. And I'm sure that's just one of many that's going to be offered here. So Colin Rogers just got an offer. And I'm sure once they see his kickoff leg, it's going to continue to pour in for Colin. But now moving on. Don't want to take away from the incredible set that's being had right now, as we are perfect from Wyatt right now. Good from 57. Got to make it back to 55. This is a big ball. This is going to be our first 100% kicker. AJ Cole's hanging out in the chat right now. Love to hear that. No pressure to anybody performing right now. The best specialist currently gracing planet Earth is watching. So let's see if Wyatt can end as strong as he started. It might just keep left. And the 90% streak is staying alive. At 90%, he's going to back it up to 60. He's earned the right to take us on a 60-yarder. And that's what we're going to see. So now, going on from 60. This is a big kick. At 90, he can still be the first guy to make a 60-yarder. He's got the leg for it, as we saw in his last kick. Even though it was a little bit left, it would have been good from a pretty hefty distance. And this one's got a chance, and it's going to land out the back of the end zone. But at 90%, he earns himself a spot next to the recently offered Rogers and Ballard. Now remember, give a big shout out to Colin for getting an offer today right from this live stream. It's going to be one of many. That's a special leg, and everybody who was tuned in could tell that he was hitting the ball maybe just a little different than what we're used to. But this is a guy that can also do it. So this kick right here, gonna be a little bit left, but holy cow, it's got some extra juice on it. So a little bit left from 47. No, they don't call it good. Yeah, it's not. So now moving up to a 50 middle. This guy's got all the leg that you could hope. We saw a little bit of it on the punt too. what's my favorite ball to kick? I think my favorite one would always have to be the NFL Duke football. It is the best. But for college balls, I like the old school Vapor Elites that Nike used to make. They've since tarnished the name of the Vapor Elite, but the old one is good. Peyton absolutely smokes that one. And my apologies, I misspoke earlier. It is not Joyce from South Carolina. This is Peyton Rogers from South Carolina. I saw Joyce on the list and did not double check it. Joyce is from Middle Tennessee, not from South Carolina. But Peyton is from South Carolina, and he is about to kick this ball back there with a thunderous leg. And what did I say? Just sneaks inside. Would have been good from 59. Going to back it up to 55. So far, he's at a. How many has he made so far? Is he 5? So he's 5 for 9 right now. So a make here would not get him back to the 60, but it would show, once again, it's about how you finish, not always about how you start. So finishing strong here, send a strong message to teams, and that's what he's going to do, is send the message that he is a real deal. That is our best good from up to this point. 64. That is our longest, that is our longest made from up to this point. And you know what? They're going to let him take the 60. So at this, he's got all the leg. We're going to give him a chance to take this 60-yarder here. Good from 64. We know the distance is not going to be a question whatsoever. Got to look behind me to see it. And it is smoked. We might, and it's coming down to the left. We have all the leg we needed right there. That thing just faded back to the left. But best good from that we've seen so far. And the new one to beat is 64. Is that our best average distance too? That just got updated to 58.
Yeah, some of them didn't calculate.
Okay, no, it's fine. So 58.3 is our best average distance. So coming up next, we're going to have Josh Hamill, Wyatt Martin, our second Wyatt of the day. So we're going to see what else these guys have had to offer. The level of talent from the kicking group has been incredible. We have already had the ODU kicker coming out. You might have seen him earlier from the punts. So now he's going to hit some field goals. As referenced before, had a live leg, hit some pretty good punts, and now we're going to see here a good kickoff leg. We will not get the good from, but that might have been our best just pure make that we've seen. A 9.9 380 spin, but that was far. It landed on the pavement that was up on the top of the hill. So that's the best distance we've seen from a 30-yarder. Not that that's something that we're particularly keeping up with. What's going on? Sandwich. Okay, another striped kick. This guy, ODU transfer, is just committing war crimes on footballs right now. Pigs everywhere are squirming watching this guy kick a ball. So let's see if he can finish off strong. The road for our first 100% kicker is still wide open, and hopefully will be found here soon. And that one's going to sneak in the left upright, and we are still good. So good height. Good from 48, that says, just because of the angle, but had a ton more room on it. Okay, Wyatt Martin, the Kung Fu kicker with a headband and 2 wristbands. Akin to something you'd see on Karate Kid, but today he is not kicking people but footballs. And I feel just as bad for footballs as I do people right now. Good hit. 30 yards, good from 38. And we'll see this first set right here. This might be the first group that go 9 for 9 from these first 3 kicks. Time will tell, but they're looking good so far. He's lining up, finding a spot, channeling his chakra and nailing the kick, I believe. Yep. Just snuck in. Good from 38 yards, just because of the angle of it, but still a good kick overall. It's been getting a little bit of height on this. Seems like he's kind of getting under the ball just a hair. But that is a good ball to end on right there for his first set. We continue 6 for 6 coming out of this group. Everybody, each individual kicker has been 3 for 3. And now we've got a JUCO transfer, Aiden Burgess. So JUCO transfer, thanks to Diego Pavia, might have unlimited eligibility now. Might never have to leave college. But he is transferring from a JUCO, so we're going to get a chance to see what he can do. Yeah, the kicking talent out here has been crazy. Spinning in one of those weird kicks that would have been good from 10 yards further back, but just kind of wrapped around the goalpost. So you don't always see that. Did that end up was that good? Yeah. No, ends up, but it would have wrapped eventually back in, but no, ends up missing from 30. So a little bit of an announcer jinx by me hoping that this whole group would go good 6 for 6, but taking a second kick here. And that is some good quality kicking right there. So good from 55, the Coffeyville kicker. Where is Coffeyville? Do we know? Kentucky? I know it's somewhere weird. But he'll be attempting from 38 yards. JUCO lefty transfer kicker. Live leg. First one wasn't totally there. Second one was mashed. Third one is equally as good. Good from 54. So really, it's in Kansas. Okay, Coffeyville coming from Kansas. So we've got guys from really all around. This is not just isolated to the southern half of the United States. I say that Kansas is on the southern half of the United States, so perhaps that wasn't the best. But now we're moving back over. Combo kicker. Another lefty, and he just taps it on through. So 4 for 4, good from 57. Going back to 43. Yeah, JUCO and lefty. Couldn't just pick one fun fact to have about himself. He's collecting them like infinity stones. But now we're going to get another lefty kicker here. And that one just gonna sneak wide to the right, which is the wide left to lefty kickers. I know, I'm saying it's like, yeah, flipped around. Wide left is to lefties, what wide right is to lefties, what wide left is to righties, where you hook it just a little bit. Okay, so here we go. Third kick, chance to get back on track here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. That is a great response. Super down the middle. Good from 62. That was a crushed football. 10'5" of the line of scrimmage, so maybe a little bit driven, but that's definitely a playable hit right there. And as he continues to back up, shows that he's going to have plenty of room left on it. So now the Karate Kid back out to kick. Going to punt, or going to kick, and that is good. So he continues a really strong streak right here. The headband adding some extra accuracy in the focus, keeping the blood locked in. What's the equivalence of difficulty between the left and right hashes compared to the middle? Well, it adds a little bit of distance from where it is, because the distance to the center of the field it increases. So like a 48 from the right hash is technically a little bit longer than a 48 from the middle, but most importantly, it's just kind of a mental thing to a degree, because you're kind of changing the field, you're rotating the field around, and the angle of the goalpost becomes like ever so slightly more narrow because instead of being straight, which gives you the widest angle, it kind of tilts away. It's sounds like it should be minimal. The biggest part's the mental game of it, as this ball sails a little bit wide right. So now lighten up Aiden Burgess, Coffeyville Community College, CCC. The lefty JUCO transfer kicker looking for an opportunity when guys are getting them. People from across the country are tuned in. I've heard rumors of different levels of colleges watching that I will not be totally outing, but they are big Power 4 conference colleges tuned in, and that is a big Power 4 conference kick that we're seeing right on cue. Good from 55, probably because of the hook. Good height, 12 foot, 2 inches over the line of scrimmage. That bad boy's not getting blocked. And 464 RPMs, which is right on par with what you want. That nice, smooth rotation. And now he's going to be able to back it up from 42. He's eyeing it. And that one might sneak in. Doesn't. Stays out a little bit to the left. Little bit to the left. So now he's got a chance. This is what we like to see. People are going to miss. It's just, what do you do with the kick after that? He's going to line up from 45 left hash, I believe, or right hash. I believe this is the easier kick for lefty kickers. Do I have any lefty kickers?
I would assume.
You would assume. I would assume
I'm
it's
a righty, but
yeah,
I
and you would
say the
prefer
left hash.
yeah. So I'd assume it's the easier hash for lefty kickers. We'll give them a good opportunity to bounce back. Let's not hopefully not see any overcorrections where something gets pushed. And there is nothing will be overcorrected. It's going to sneak in, and that's good from 59. 59. So now Josh Hamill being able to come back. Another lefty attempting from 46 yards. Sees the
Are
ball.
they gonna do like 5 up?
Goes and stripes it and is gonna be just a little bit outside on the left. Time to respond. He's got to get his new ball. Just reset, re-kick. Just kind of spit it out and just get back onto the next kick. Staying focused here is just a super important thing, especially on a field like this. Showing you can do it here helps you translate over to when it's a big-time game situation. There's not really more big-time than what we're doing right now. Right now, you know, kicking for a game is important. These guys are kicking for their futures right now. And this one is going to be kind of the same hit that he just had before, just a little bit left, but with a good shot to make it up here, finish out strong. And let's see if he can end the set right here on 2 good kicks. He's had all the distance. That's not an issue right now. It's just about not pushing it and hitting a good playable ball. Then that is how you respond. And he's got
59.
one more left. So here we go. From 55 yards out, we get to see, hopefully, a big finish here. He's getting set up, sees a spot, and there it is. That is how you end a set.
Yep.
As that thing sneaks in 55, good from 56. And now he gets to take the 60-yarder attempt right here because he is at what make percentage right now?
70.
He's at 70%. They're going to give him a chance to take this 60-yard field goal. Yeah. Yeah, so we got a couple of the guys at 80% right now that just popped in. Going from 60 still has yet to be made. It's going to be hard to make a 60 in these conditions. Okay. Wyatt number 2, back out. Had a good opening set. The middle 3 was a bit of a lull. But now he's got a chance to make up for it with the back three. The arguably hardest three, but the three people will be a little bit more locked in for because they're definitely not given. And locked in he is, but let's see if that comes down.
No,
It's good. Good from 59 yards from a 47 yarder. So that is exactly what we want to see. Just snuck in. Just snuck in over that upright there. But if you like it, I love it. That's what I'll say. Now from 50. Last one was good from 59. We know leg power is not an issue. And that one is smoked. No questions there. Good from 58. He's going to keep going. We are going to keep going here. These things are flying off Wyatt's foot. Now from 53. Last one good from 58. This one good. Get in there. 52-yarder, good from 54. Now he gets to back it up to 55. We know he's got it. He's seen it. Good from 58 and 59 yards on his previous two kicks. And now he gets to attempt one from 55. This will push him up into that elite range of 80 and is going to give him a shot to take on a 60-yard kick, which is yet to be made. The golden goose of today's event, even. And that is looking like it's going to be good. And it's easily going to be good from 60. Good from 61. Now getting to try a 61-yarder after a middle set that was middling, gets to his last set and just gets hot at the right time. Was good from 61. Hitting the ball way faster than what is even expected from most Power 4 kickers. He might get a Power 4 opportunity. He just pulls it to the left. Oh, he hit it really fast. Ball speed of 73. Let's just jump back over to that TrackMan data real quick. So we can see right here, ball speed 73, that's NFL caliber right there. So he hit it hard. So kind of what you want to see, but let's not miss this next field goal here from Burgess. So he's lining up from 43. Or from 46, my apologies. He's lining up from 46. Gets under it a little bit. Gonna just get it right down the middle. The lefty spin always throws me off, but does not throw off a lefty, which is what he is. And now he's lining up from 50 yards out. So far, I believe he's only had one miss to this point. Cone might be in his way, so he's going to have to reset that. He's had two misses up to this point. Two misses. So sliding back over just a little bit to get out of the way of our field candy that we've got laid out here to help people know where they're supposed to be. And then his ball just has a little bit of that just draw to it, right? So it'll be interesting to see how he plays it, especially with a left to right wind here. Kind of plays into his draw a little bit. As you can see, that thing just kind of sneak back in. Got some extra room. Good from 61. Gonna get another opportunity here. Only two misses so far up to this point. So if he continues to stay perfect, he's definitely getting a 60-yard attempt. That was an amazing kick. The wind picking up just a hair, but it's mostly a crosswind with a little bit of a tail spin to it. So let's see if he can get this last one in as I talk right behind him. Just gets a little beneath it. Little beneath it right there from 52, but now he gets a 55 attempt. A chance to make it up to 70%. The quietness of that situation might have gotten to him because it felt like the whole room just went silent before he kicked that one. So we'll actually try to keep talking here. So that way it doesn't just become deafeningly quiet. So here he comes from 55 yards out, has made with plenty of room to spare. Will now try to get on the board at a 70% rate, and he is going to have every bit of room.
just sneaks in. Good from 60, and that's what he's going to be attempting, I believe. So now we'll be attempting one from 60 yards, the coveted 60-yard field goal, which NFL kickers recently have made almost seem like a joke, but is very much so real for college football kickers trying to hit from 60. The ball looking like it's got a little dampness to it, so it might be a hair heavier than usual, which will just show off an impressive leg strength from Burgess here. And it is away. It is coming down just a bit short. And you can hear the visible or the audible groans from people who just want that 60 to be made. It is being an elusive beast to try to capture today, but someone will hit it one way or another. If not now, then in the live event that comes on later where everyone's taking live field goal reps. 3 groups left, 9 kickers. We still have plenty of time for this to happen. We've got 3 years of eligibility coming here from, he's from Stanford? Oh, from Stanford. Oh, this is Getman. Oh, should have just looked at who it was. So this is Getman, Stanford kicker, and he just touched that ball. I wouldn't even call that a kick. He looked at that ball and it just went well through the uprights. We get a little bit of weird, but he is just, we get a little bit of weird numbers, but he is just looking at the ball right now. So he has a ton. You can tell just a little bit of X. He actually straightens himself back out there. 33 good from 51, as we'll see him back up now to 37. So 37, and I would still say he looks like he's operating at a very relaxed tempo right now. We are holding this event down in Hoover, Alabama. We've got about 30 specialists total. We have 9 kickers left, including Getman, who just went 3 for 3, good from 54 yards. So very impressive first set here. Next is Cooper, with 2 years of eligibility left, coming from one of the Arkansas schools. Once I find his name on the sheet. Oh, just coming from actual Arkansas. I know we had one that's like Arkansas Monticello. It is not this guy. He's coming from real Arkansas. Go Razorback. So let's see what he's got here on this kick. Well, he's got a big leg on it is what he's got. 30, going to be good from a while. Not going to be able to see it on the 30 because of the hill, as we've mentioned before. But now we're backing it on up to the 33-yarder. This one right middle, theoretically would be a little bit harder to hit. People have not seemed to have any problems with the second kick. So here he goes from 33 yards. Whoa, whoa, that is a ball right there. Good from 52, 12-2, 12 foot 2 inches over the line of scrimmage when it was kicked. Very poppy, twitchy ball right there. Only was good from 52 yards, but definitely had a little bit extra juice on it, it felt like. Just a different type of ball right there. Okay, moving on to the 37-yarder for Cooper. And that ball gets up fast. Good from 14-1. Good from 55 as well. So, yeah, has some extra juice. The hill in the background has been messing up some of the good from these shorter angles. But as you can tell, he's got every bit of extra room on that ball right there. So now we're moving on to Stafford. He's got 3 years of eligibility. He played at Temple. Did I hear that correctly? Oh, Bethel University. Some call Bethel the temple of the NAIA. I don't know if that's true or not, so I wouldn't hold anybody to it. But from Bethel University, I believe it's an NAIA school out in Tennessee. Am I correct on that? So, Bethel University just got quiet over here, but the kicks are remaining loud as that one continues to just soar through. Good from 30. Would have been, sorry, you made a 30. Good from a lot further than 30 as it lands at the tip top of the hill. Now we will continue to just trug along on these mid-range, short-range kicks. As this group once again looks like they're about to go 9 for 9 from them. Actually, I believe this will be the first group to go 9 for 9 from the first kicks. Do we have a miss so far? No, we've had no misses so far from this range. So now from 33, right middle, right-footed kicker. Not the easiest kick, but once again stays true. Good from 54, so really clean hit right there. Looking to hopefully just continue to trudge along here. Really good hit. I'm liking the way this guy's kicking the ball. Good rotation on his kicks. 10-5 at the line of scrimmage. 10 foot 5 inches over the line of scrimmage is maybe something that just is a hair low, but not too bad. Definitely a playable height. And that one is going to stay just outside the right upright, it appears from. So 38-yarder sneaks outside the right upright. And we are circling back around to the first kicker from this group, Jacob Getman. Jacob has yet to really look like he's opened up his swing. His first couple looks like he's just placing them, just tapping them through. Now that we're getting back to 40, he has a powerful leg. He might not have to full swing yet, but you can see he's starting to get his extension downfield, and that ball just sails. Good from 56 through at 40. His older brother, Noah Getman, managing the camera right behind him, I'm sure adds a level of pressure that is unique to him exclusively. Everybody else does not have their brothers here. Jacob does. Especially their older brothers that happen to also be professional players in their own right. Another Maxwell, good from 60, and I'll give a little hint here. He's still just kind of tapping it. Doesn't really look like he's swinging on this ball. So we got some room to see something special on the next set here, as I imagine he's just gonna kind of punch another one through, make it look nice and easy, as this guy's going to be quickly jumping up the boards of people who are watching this, as he just smokes it. And he's putting so much power. The ball speed he's putting on this ball right now is 66. That's why you'll see it start off as an X and then kind of as an X ball and then kind of sort itself back out to get more of a traditional just rotation on it, is because he hits it so dang hard it eventually finds a more aerodynamic form in the regular rotation. Yeah, it gives notes, dare I even say, not to overpromise, but it gives hints of Brandon Aubrey watching him kick. Just the smoothness, the relaxedness of it. I know that's a very bold guy to claim someone similar to, but that ball was smoked. So let's jump it back over. We'll get off Getman for a second to talk about Cooper. Yeah, we've been on that. Yeah. So this ball at 15-1 is good from 45, but yeah. 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 And gets under this one again, but another really good ball. Good from 55, but coming through at 14 foot over the line of scrimmage and still being good from 55 is no small task. He is just piping these things right now. The Arkansas transfer. And he will also find himself a home somewhere. Yeah, the temperature today is supposed to be in the mid-60s. The nice, consistent cloud coverage is making sure none of us enjoy the mid-60s. So that ball, he is going to remain perfect with a ball good from 61, as he is just smoking these things right now. Now, coming up to follow up two just studs kicking the ball, the Bethel University kicker. And it is. There is a level of intimidation when two guys come out and have an awesome set like that. So seeing how he responds here from this range is going to be huge because he's hit some good balls too. It's not like he's not hitting the ball well. The guys around him are hitting some phenomenal kicks, and he's got to just show up and just keep up with some of these super talented kickers, which is what he's been doing. So the pressure not seeming to get to him as he's attempting to kick a 41-yarder now. And it's smooth, and it's clean, and it's got a good rotation, and it's good from 56. The moment not getting too big. The talent around him not affecting him whatsoever. If anything, raising the level of play that we're seeing here. He is kicking out of his mind. All right. Yeah. Too many Bethels. Yeah. But the NAIA kicker competing with an FCS and an FBS P4 kicker and just holding his own with a really good ball flight. That one does end up sailing a little bit to the right, but now he's coming back, gets another chance, this time from the right hash. 45 yards. Out. Wind still blowing left to right. His ball also has a little bit of a draw to it, which is fine, but unlike the lefty draw, it means it's going to be fighting a little bit back against this wind. So if it's something he's used to bailing him out, it might be not in his favor, but he's not relying on it this time. That one is pure down the middle. Good from 60. Goodness gracious. So now we're moving back to Jacob Getman. Sanford transfer, was doing all three, was one of the best punters, was our second best punter that we had out here, and is putting on what can only be described as a show out here on the field goal portion of this. His brother also a combo specialist, and he is continuing to go good from 58, pure as pure can be, straight down the middle, as he's now backing it up to 50-yarders. So, yeah. So he's got plenty of room to spare, and it still doesn't really look like he's swinging. He just still has that relaxed, nonchalant swing, and that is paying off well. And that's why they have it from 62. He is 2 or 3 yards away from getting the best good from, but right now he's 2 kicks away from being our first perfect score. The 2 golden geese we are chasing right now is a perfect score and a 60-yarder, which you have yet to see. We've seen plenty good from 60 plus, and that one is going to sail to the left. Gets around it just a little bit. Would have been good from a mile away, but only if the uprights were a little bit left of where he was. So now a chance to tie it up at the 90s and to put himself out there with some of the best that has shown themselves so far. Our second best punter so far is lining up to get in there with the best kickers, and he is going to absolutely nail it. Good from 61, and he is going to be able to get a shot back to 60. So now he has a chance to do something special. The only one to get is 60. He has a chance to get one good from 60 here. Everything on the line right now, and I believe if he makes this, they're going to let him back up. Everything he's been hitting has been good from 60 plus, so he just has to do what he's been doing. This one's online, but I think in similar fashion, is going to fall down a little short. Bounces into the soccer net, and the goose continues to fly. Comes down a little bit short. Now, moving on to Cooper DeLeva. Is he also 100%? I believe he is. Cooper DeLeva, also 100%. Also has a massive leg. Also has a chance to slay the 2 geese yet to be slown. Can we get a perfect record? Can we get a 60-yard field goal? Cooper DeLeva hopefully will DeLeva no questions as this one remains good. Would have been good from 51, from 47 there. He's got that really high arcing ball. That one is at 14 feet and 2 inches. So even has a little room to drive it if he feels like he needs to bust out the driver. But right now we're sticking with an iron. So now we're going to get a shot from 50 and just straight down the middle. And if this one gets hit, we're going to be able to back it up to 53 and then 55. And this one is going to just sneak outside from 50. Good height, but now a good chance to show off that he can continue to not be bothered. A miss will not completely derail him. We're going to continue making kicks, is what he's going to show the coaches watching right now as he's lining up from 53 yards at the right hash. Definitely a harder kick for right-footed kickers, but one that will not be bothering Cooper at all as he bounces back phenomenally. 52-yarder, good from 57. Ton of height on that one. Just a moonshot as it was 14 feet and 10 inches, almost 15 feet over the line of scrimmage when it was kicked. That is a heck of a ball right there. You could pick up somebody and try to throw them at that ball, and you probably still wouldn't get it at the line of scrimmage. But now from 55, a chance to go 90%, a chance to attempt a 60-yarder. Gonna have to hit it a little bit more driven, and that is the driven ball. Is it gonna sneak in? It might have been over the left upright. We got a good from 65. We got a good kick that wrapped around that left upright. Just from 65. Good from 65. And now we got a chance to attempt a 60-yarder. We get to have our first 50-yard attempt. Our first 60-yard attempt that could go through. Yet to have one so far. We could back him up to 65 after this if he makes it. He got the leg for it. This might be it. And it's through. Good from 65 again. Could we back him up to 62? Not be backing him up. We're just letting him rest on the 60. That is a ball and a half. So back-to-back 65-yarders. The one miss from 50, that is our best set so far of the day. Only miss was from 50, made from 60. And now Stafford, once again, after two incredible performances from Getman and Deliva, has to come out and deliver some kicks. Not feeling the pressure of the moment. Here he goes. And he stripes it. And that's what you got to do. This is a make kick industry, and he makes that kick from 61 yards. So assuming he goes lights out from here, he will get a shot to be the second one to attempt to make a 60-yarder. So we've had one 65-yard field goal that's a best good from. It is the Arkansas kicker, Deliva, who was able to make our 60-yarder. But now, the transfer coming out of Bethel is going to attempt to get to a 60-yarder himself. And this is going to put him further on that path of getting to a 60-yarder by connecting on his 50. He connected on his 46. Now he's looking to connect on a 52. Where from there, he is just one kick away from being able to attempt a 60-yarder. And that one was good from 60, so it's not out of the question. Okay, 52 yards, one kick. Two of the best performances happening directly before you. And he is unwavering as he completely stripes this one. What a ball. Gonna be good from 56. 55-yarder next on the docket. He's had multiple that have been good from 60 plus. And now he's got a chance to make this 55-yarder where that would have him at 80%. This would have been our best group so far. Probably still is our best group with two of them going good from 90%. A little bit of a tailwind, but really not much to speak of. So all of this has been pure leg talent on display to this point. He's gathering himself, and here it goes. This might be good. Sneaks in through the left upright, bouncing in. And who says they don't like a little dramatics? Good from 59. Debating right now if he wants to attempt the 60-yarder or not. He's thinking about it. Decides that is what he wants to do. Going for the 60-yarder. An attempt that is worth noting does not even happen in college football a lot. I know in the NFL it feels like it's 60 is the new 50, but college football 60 is still very much 60 yards. Or it does not happen. I think Max Trujillo, one of the more recent guys to hit 60 in college, but being able to just hit from these 55-plussers is a huge boost, and the NAIA kicker from Bethel has shown that he can do that. So now he gets another shot here, this time from 60. You got to put all of it into it. Got a little under. It's going to come down short. And now the next group that looks to follow up easily one of the best groups we had seen up to this point. 80% kicker and 90% kickers. You would almost think kicking field goals is easy, but I can assure you it's not. Okay, coming out, we've got one of my favorite stories, which is going to be Bello Shank, but we'll get to him later. This first one is Dean Roberts, the Delta State. An American flag hat on. So these kicks will be brought to you by the power of the U.S., which always means there's going to be a little bit of extra juice in them. First kick. Whoa! That had some pop to it. Okay. We are cooking with gasoline here. So he's moving back on up. 32 yards. There have been some absolute dogs kicking right now. And that looks like it's going to continue with Dean Roberts here. Have not been able to get the good from yet, but I'll tell you one thing. It is good from a long distance. That one would have been good from 53. First one easily looked like it was good from 60. Maybe even 61. But now taking on a 38-yarder from the right hash. Worth noting, his first two kicks were dang near dead center, right? So the degree of accuracy we're seeing from Dean's has been impressive through the first two kicks. We'll look to see if it continues, and it does. That thing has a little bit of a draw to it at the end. Good from 55, but just goes. And now we're going to line up out here with Carson Wilt. So Carson Wilt, he's got 1 year of eligibility left. One of the Valparaiso transfers. I believe there's another Valpo transfer. Their punter is also transferring out. Friend of my own, or at least acquaintance of mine. But now we're looking to see what Carson Wilt has. Played a year at Norfolk State. Spent some time at Valpo. And now spending some time down here in Hoover, putting balls down the middle of uprights. So first kick is good. About to take on his second kick of the day. 32-yarder. Right middle. Left to right wind.
Too far away, right?
And he's attempting to make this one nice and smooth. And there it is. Pretty smooth looking kick. Would have been good from 53. These guys have got some pretty good legs on them so far. The first three, always just want to get them out of the way. Don't want to overlook them. You want to make sure you make them because it really adds into, making sure you can make these little kicks, but the chip shots can always be the ones that get you, but you got to do them, and that's what we're doing right now. Powering through. We've had pretty good success rate, only maybe one miss from this 30 to 33 range, or 30 to 37 range so far. One or two misses total. And Carson is looking to put his name not in the list of people who have missed, as he is now out of that camp. Would have been good from 53, really consistent. Believe his last two kicks both would have been good from 53. Next, Bella Shank. German man after my own heart, representing the United Kicking Academy out of the UK, I believe. So he's coming over here from Germany, from Deutschland, ready to try to make his way into the American kicking society. I know his brethren from across the pond are going to be eager to see him stripe some balls, and striping them he is. 30-yarder would have been good from 34 because of the angle, but was a little bit of a steep angle. Now taking on a 33-yarder. He was able to show off some good punts, so that he is a serviceable punter at college football level. Now looking to show that he can kick the mess out of the ball, and the first one has no mess left in it. So let's see how the second kick goes. Whoa.
Yeah.
He has got a little bit of pop to his ball. Very twitchy, which we would like to see. I always love seeing how the international guys kick, because it's always a little bit different. Good from 54 yards. Good height. Yeah, 13.6. The height so far today has been impressive. There's a guy who was hitting from like 15. Yeah. So now taking on the next kick, backed up to 38. Pretty impressive first two kicks here. Just trying to stay focused. Gets under that one a little, but it's still going to be good. Probably from the upper 40s. High rotation. Did that say? Yeah. 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 Well, it's it's got it hitting the upright. So we're going to put it in. We're saying that it's going to be good. Yeah. We're saying it's going to be good. Did not get a good from, and now we're going back to the Delta State transfer, who in the first round has showed an explosive leg, as he will continue to show an explosive leg. Yeah. He's a Florida guy down with you? Well, he is hitting like it right now, that's for sure. His accuracy, for those who can't see, uh, is scarily similar. And we do need to get your iPad plugged in here in a second. It's starting to get low. But the accuracy on his first couple of kicks has been insanely tight. There are trained military personnel who would not be able to replicate that accuracy. Good from 57 right there. The grouping on his kicks is just down the middle, down the middle, down the middle, down the middle. So, right. So now, let's see if we can keep this up. This is kicking like this is how you change the trajectory of your career, right? You want to be at Delta State, you want to go to Mississippi State. How do you do it? You kick like this. You come out here, you put a bunch of balls on tape that have a great good from, and you don't let the announcer behind you get in your ear. And it sneaks in to the right upright. Okay. So, right now, Carson Wilt coming out to kick. Went perfect from the early ones. Going to continue to stay perfect. He just got a lot of power. Sometimes you watch kickers just put a lot of oomph on it. That ball has a ball speed of 68 miles an hour. That's on the, I haven't shouted out every ball speed we've seen, but that is definitely on the upper echelon of what we've been seeing today, the upper side of the bell curve. A lot of guys hang out in like the low 60s, some in the 50s, but the 68 is pretty high. The NFL standards hovering around 72 to give you any indication. So he's hitting the ball really hard. Good height of the line of scrimmage, would have been good from 52 yards. So now he is lined up, ready to take on another kick. And that thing is going to just sneak in through that right upright. 67 ball speed. 42 would have been good from 44 by direction alone, but distance-wise had plenty of leg on it. Now lining up from 45 yards. Right hasher for the right footer. And he catches a little of the ground, it looks like, but you know what? When you put so much force into a ball, sometimes it just, and it still would have been good from 52. And you could tell, you could hear a visible disappointment with how he struck that ball. And it still was able to kind of make its way in, just showing that when you've got your ceiling that high, even when you kind of don't reach it, sometimes it can still be a very serviceable kick. Now Belashank coming in, ready to do this one for Germany. Was perfect on the first three. Is looking to remain perfect. Has that really short first step that I kind of like. Helps him just kind of explode the ball. Good height at the line of scrimmage. Goodness gracious. 14-10 at the line of scrimmage. Good from 46. Will probably have to start getting a little bit more of a driver as he's backing up. But right now, for just your day-to-day operation punt, that is definitely more than getting the job done. And you'll notice here, he just kind of takes this really quick first right foot step before just popping into it. And I don't know, something about it just excites me. That one is, he's eventually going to get too much under it. 15-1 at the top, really fast RPMs at 815, and just fades a little bit out to the right. So you can tell that's a symptom of him getting a little under the ball, kind of towing it just a hair. Now the big key here is not getting the overcorrection. Hopefully he just hits his ball, doesn't do too much trying to change it, and just gets back to where his most comfortable ball is. But still some impressive kicking so far from Bella, and that one looks good. Still really high rotation, I felt like, at 760. But good from 52, which is going to keep him in this game for a good little bit. As now Dean Roberts taking the field one more time. Getting to go from Delta State. And Dean, yet to miss. Is that correct? Yet to miss. How to make sure. Has been absolutely impressive. And people who are watching this who maybe didn't have Dean on their radar as a kicker they might need to throw an offer at are probably typing up that offer as we speak, and for good reason. He makes another one straight down the middle. The degree of accuracy is you could tune an instrument to this thing. It's that accurate. It is rhythmic, fluid, good pop on his ball. It's got good height. The rotation is good. That one was good from 55, right? Loves America. What more could you want from a kicker right now? Here we go. Lines it up. Seeing it. Just putting on a showcase. Good from 50, good from almost 60. We are having this guy. That's why you come to these events, to have showcases like this. Yes, so far we've had an offer. Colin Rogers got a call from FAU saying, come on down if you want to. Full ride. We'll have you. So we've gotten offers from this already. More people are tuned in. There's college coaches watching everywhere. Not everybody might do it on the live stream, but I would not be surprised to see if it happens. And he's going to have his first misfire out to the right from 53. But after the degree of accuracy he's had up to this point, you almost don't little misfires, a who cares kind of moment. So now he's lined up, pressure on to make a bounce back. After being super accurate, you kind of get under one, push it just a hair, and now he's got a chance to go from 55 and put his names with the best who are out here today, and he is going to just be right. Yeah, so he pushed it, but ends up not being good, but he is going to get a chance from... Yeah, he crushed that
Swing
one.
your swing. That is excellent.
The last one that he hit would have been good from well past 60. Let the record state, but now he's going to get a chance to hit this one from 60 just to stay smooth, getting the ever unlucky coaching advice in his ear right before he kicks, but it might have just come down a little short. So would have been good from like 58, it looked like, attempted from 60, but a good ball nonetheless. And a great standout performance from Dean. Being one of the few to go 90%, is that correct? 80%, because the last one, it goes 80%. Okay, that's fine. Well, we have our 590% right now, so it's kind of probably not going to change much. Our leaderboard is going to be relatively solid, but of course we have to remember that the guy who really does have the win on the day is going to be DeLeva. With 90% accuracy, he's the only one to make the 60-yarder. Had the longest best ball of the day from 65. Of course, Colin also balled out. Those two guys both had incredible days. Colin had the best average distance. But let's get back to the guy kicking right now. 47 just got pushed. Carson Wilt just got pushed a little bit outside the right, looking for an opportunity to bounce back here. Looking for an opportunity to bounce back. And bounce back he will. That one looks striped down the middle. Good from 55. That'll exact swing will get him back a little bit. Good rotation on that ball right at that 470. And now he gets a chance to take on a 53-yarder. Still a chance to get into the upper end of some of the best that have been here if he can sneak into that 80% range. So now he gets a 53 right hash. Might have had a chance to get there. Kind of slid through it, but I think he just made that in. Good for 58 at that. Able to just make some of these kicks, whether he's falling through his plant or hitting the ground a little bit, he's making kicks. And that is shows that there's just some good bones in this, good structure there. So here we go. Now from 55, going to get an attempt at a monster 55-yard kick. And there it is. Puts us all into it and might have had the distance, but goes a little bit wide to the left. So going to get a shot at the 60-yarder. So let's see what he does with it. Now from 60. Taking the steps. Coming off of a miss, especially a miss when you're trying your heart out. You got to just think about staying focused and giving it your all. And this one's just going to be a bit left again, which can happen when right-footed kickers are trying to kick the mess out of the ball. What you guys are going to see on kickoffs a lot of is balls fading to the left, because it's just part of the game. So now Belashank coming in. And then we're switching over to the last group of kickers. Last group of kickers, and then we're going on to kickoff. So Belashank right now, up Belashank. Going on to attempt a 46-yarder. The right-footed German going to be either sneaking in or just outside the right upright. Just outside the right upright. So gets to attempt his next one. Here we go. 50 yards. Attempting one. German kicker trying to look for a home in the U.S. the old-fashioned way by kicking footballs. The way our great-grandparents did it. And that one's going to be good. Straight through. Good from 53. Definitely a cool story as well with him coming over. Trying to just find his way through the great sport of American football, which is really not much different than the rest of us Americans are doing too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dominic Eberle. Is that? I've never actually pronounced it. Yeah. Right. Really. That's awesome. Big shout out to the other German kicker, Dominic Eberle. Is he still at Utah State? Or no, he was. Yeah, he was at Utah State. Played had a couple of, bounced around for a couple of teams. Did he play some CFL ball? Do I feel like I remember that? XFL, yes. I remember. Yeah, so shout out Dominique. Shout out to Dominique. All right, so back to Bella. A chance to make this one. Fred Terry kicking, cheering him off. Yes, XFL, the Seattle Sea Dragons is where Dominique played. And Bella catches it. Hopefully can get there. Comes down just a hair short. But all in all, impressive striking from Bella. Good rotation on a bunch of his balls. Just showing a pretty good grasp of the kicking form to begin with. Now we're moving on to our last of the field goalers before we eventually move over to kickoffs. So right now with field goals, we've got Liam Padron. So Liam's coming here. Padron. You know that does sound cooler than Padron.
Yeah.
So coming from Texas A&M, has 3 years of eligibility. Another SEC kicker that's here, looking to find a home in the rough transfer portal conditions that we are unfortunately all too used to, especially when you have guys that are incredibly talented like you've seen here looking for spots, and that just continues on the trend of talented kickers that are here. That ball was smoked. So looking to build off of that as he moves back to 33. Coming from Texas A&M. SEC teams right now looking for kickers and might be able to pick him up. Or any P5, G5 schools right now. Going on to his 33 one. Going to be able to sneak that one in. Another pretty solid hit right there. 33-yarder. They're all landing up too high for us to be able to get. But I'd like to shout out, ball speed right there was 70 miles an hour. Might be some of the hardest kicked balls we've seen so far, but that was an incredibly hard hit ball. Now we get to see him back to the 38 marker. Leah played. All right, and it's good. Good from 61. So he is smacking the ball right now. The trajectory that they're leaving his foot might be a hair low. That one was 8'11". So they're good from a long range. Might eventually have to get him up right now, but what we're seeing is still an impressive level of kicking. Next.
Is that from South?
Yeah, the South Alabama. So next we've got Man coming from South Alabama. Hamilton DeBoyan, and oh my God, the height on that ball. Hit the line of scrimmage at 12-5, but just kept going up. Good from is once again going to be a mystery to us until we get these guys backed up a little bit, but would have been good from a lot further than what he just kicked it. So, next, that ball just kind of goes up and up and up. That one good from 57. Height was 12-2 at the line of scrimmage. That's what you're looking for if your coach is just making sure that thing's going to be good. Now he's got one more kick in his first set as another promising group of kickers start to make their journey through the treacherous course of kicks we have laid out for them that has yet to have a perfect set. But that one will keep him on his path towards perfection. 38-yarder, 13 feet above the line of scrimmage and 4 inches. And good from very far. Okay, now lining up is our last kicker of the day for field goals. Whose name will remain a mystery, but this mystery man just nailed his first kick. Cale Purvis nailed his first kick. Now that we have unmasked the mystery and we know that this is Cale. 2 years left, coming from northwestern Oklahoma State. And he is smoking these. Another good ball. And these staying a little bit to the right, just sneaking in, partially, I'm sure, to the factor of the left to right wind that's coming through here. And he attempts to make this group good, 9 for 9 on their first 9 attempts. So, here he is, Cale Purvis. And the announcer jinx may have gotten him. That one was wide right. Ended up being no good. Good height, the line of scrimmage, though. 15 feet, but maybe that's too high. Next, Padrone's coming back up. Coming from Texas A&M. We got the Padrone on deck. About to get us a big bottle of Padrone right here, guys. Another Florida guy right there, too. They know how to party and kick balls. So, coming from Texas A&M, and he just put some power. 70 miles per hour off his foot. For people who watch baseball, it's like exit velocity, to the best of my knowledge. 61 yards is what that would have been good from. Only need to be good from 40, and you better believe it was. Now tempting a 42, a humble 42-yarder. Can he stay perfect? Remember, that's always the part. The difference between kicking and punting is kicking is more a game of the mental endurance of just staying locked in. 9 reps, 10 reps. Wow. Last 3 have been good from 61. I believe the first 2, we didn't get the measurements, but we could assume it's probably the same. So he might have our best average distance right now being held by Carson with a 58 best from. His been good from 61 very consistently. And is good from 64 on this one. Straight down the middle. So what a ball from Liam right there. 70.6. Yeah, he hits the ball hard. The grouping has been insane. Very down the middle for everything so far. Very fast balls. If you wanted to be a complainer, you could almost say they might have been a little too driven. But this guy hits the ball up. 14-11. Good from 55. This guy is a ball striker right here. Yeah, we are keeping you guys locked in. We are keeping the audience here locked in. We did not load any group on purpose, as these guys here at the end are kicking some of the best we've ever seen. Good from 62. Ball speed of 73 miles an hour. Maybe our fastest ball. Great height over the line of scrimmage at 12 foot 2 inches. Yeah, this guy is smoking them right now. Can he keep it up? We might have our first 100%er from this group. Nodding to his invisible holder, kicking the very visible ball. Smoked. Good from 60, but the ball height was 14 feet over the line of scrimmage. That is an impressive, impressive ball strike right there. Now, Kale Purvis, always having to follow up two just incredibly impressive kickers right now. You got to know, just kick your ball. Not that his ball is any less impressive, I say, as I have once again jinxed him. But sometimes people can get caught up. They see some impressive kicks happen before them. Impressive ball right before him, and now he's trying to have to fight the mental battle and not chase what the other two guys are doing as they're hitting moonshots. And there it is. That's a good ball. That's going to be able to hopefully stay in. Ends up kind of fading outside the right upright. So now Kale Purvis has to respond, coming from Northwestern Oklahoma State. Can respond here to hit a good 48-yarder. Once again, I think these ones, this middle set of balls can definitely be a big, might sneak in, might just stay wide right. Just outright. So now Padron kicking the best we've seen so far, has been averaging over 60 yards per kick on these ones. Every single bit of leg talent you could possibly want. But now has a chance to put his name in the best that we've seen today. He's lined up. He's eyeing his spot. He is smoking a ball, but it might not make it back, and it stays left. Sits out wide left from that left hash. Didn't quite push it back over. Now has a chance to be in the name of the 90s. Just barely missed outside that left upright. But here he goes. Lining up from 50. Still has a chance. And he drills it. Never in the world of doubt. 71 ball speed. Good from 63. Yeah. Good rotation too, right at that 413. Ball height still pretty playable at 11.3, going over the line of scrimmage, and now has a chance. Now has a chance to hit this 53-yarder, which is unfortunately just going to get pulled again just a little bit to the left. That's all right. Down to now being able to save at a 55-yarder. He can hit this one and be at 80% on the day. Will get a chance to hit the 60-yarder regardless. Should be given a chance to hit a 65-yarder if you ask me, but that is above my pay grade. So we're just going to see him on the 55 and then the 60. But let's see the 55 first. Gathers himself. You can just tell people are locked in, and that ball is smoked. What a ball. Good from 66. We have a new good from record. Ball speed of 72.5 miles an hour. Good height at the line of scrimmage, too, and now he's got a chance from 60. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Easily the best average distance. He was averaging 61 yards on each one of these makes. Only missed 2 kicks. Missed them both left, and now from 60, that has a chance. It might be right. Ends up being a little bit too far right, wide right, but had all the same notes of the kicks that he had hit earlier. So if it was on the right line, it would have been good. Still good power. But now an equally impressive kicker, looking for a chance to also go 100%. The ever elusive 100%, and once again, let me reiterate, not the easiest conditions. Lots of pressure, lots of eyes. And it's just you and a field. And that one has a shot. Hard to tell where the guy's catching it at. Being told it's wide right. Ball speed of 71 miles an hour, though. This guy kicks hard. But now from 50, we still have a chance to go make 90%. The temperature almost feels like it's dropping right now, and that is it. The ball just explodes off his foot. Good right down the middle. Good from 62. The ball height at the line of scrimmage is 14 and a half feet. This is on par with the best kicks we've seen, and this is at the end of the day. This is legs getting tired. People have been standing around, and we are still getting this level of production. And it's going to keep up. My goodness. He got a little under that one, but still more than enough to be good. Good from 61, 14 feet at the line of scrimmage. The speed on the spins was a little higher as that was going at 691.
Offer this kid.
Yeah, somebody is going to offer this guy. If not in the next 45 minutes, they're going to offer him in the next day or two. This has been some of the most impressive kicking, and it's right at the end. So those who have stuck around this long are seeing some pipe kicks. He's going to get backed up. Good from 66, tying the best good from, and now we get to attempt a true 60-yarder. Only one has been made so far up to this point, and it has been the transfer out of. Who's the other guy that made it? It's been so. Who made their 66-yarder? That has a shot, but is going to come down short. Yeah, Deliva. So Deliva remains the only one to have made it from 60 yards, but an incredibly impressive performance right there from these two kickers. And now coming in, we are going to get a shot to see Cale Purvis make his mark right here. We've got 4 more kicks for Cale Purvis to have a day. That one able to sneak through. And now he's got a chance from the middle to just keep going. His last set went 0 for 3 from the middle 3. Now he gets a chance to come back out here and reset, rinse it out, and go 4 for 4 from this back set. And then it sneaks in. Good from 51. Had some extra room on there, but just from the angle it was coming through at, only from 51. So now we've got a chance. Here it is. Cale Purvis, 53, gonna be left. But now he's got a chance right here to make this one from 55. So made one from 46, made one from 50, now coming out for 55. Cale Purvis, in the midst of just what I can only be described as ridiculous second wind from our kickers here at the end, is going to come out and just be a little short on his 55-yarder. But what a ridiculous set from the guys that we have seen so far. We have had some of the most impressive kicking happen right here at the end with these transfer guys coming out and hitting some nutty kicks, especially from, who was the guy that was right before Cale? What was his name? DeBoyan. DeBoyan had himself an absolute day. So did the Texas A&M transfer. Yeah. Oh, and it comes down just a bit short for the last kick of the day. But stay tuned. We're about to go to kickoff in just a couple minutes. And we'll be right back. Punters have not had somebody get offered so far, but this has been, yes, we did long snapping. Long snapping was the first thing we did. Sorry, I'm reading through some of the comments right now. We've already done long snapping. That was going to be the first one that we did. Right now, you can see this way we've got all of our snaps scores. So Grisham and Mullen both went perfect. Letson had one little bit high snap that made him lose a point, but it was an extremely competitive long snapping event. Very few events are going to hold, anything to compare to what we just saw from the kickers, which was insane. But we're about to go on break right now while the kickers hit a couple live reps just to get warmed back up, and then we're going to be back for kickoffs. All right, everybody, and we are about to be back for the kickoff portion of the event. Right now, kickoff's usually the most fun part for the kickers because it's just unloading on a football. Everybody's going to get 3 kickoffs, and as you can see here, on my left, there is the scoreboard where you're going to be able to get the best distance and hang. And then as we cut here to the kickoff portion of everything, you're going to see the things that we're really interested in seeing, okay, which is going to be the distance, the best singular set, the best ball, the best distance, best hang, and then, of course, keeping up with ball speed because it's free that we got to keep up with it, so we're going to have the fastest ball too. So you're going to be able to see all those things. We're going to keep up with what the best ones of each are as the day's going on. And let's finish the final set of what has been, at least for me, a pretty long stream, going on hour number 5 here. So, and we're starting off with 2 guys that are looking to just deliver. So first things first, we've got two of the big leg guys that just showed out really well for field goals. We've got the ACC All-American Southern Methodist University All-Star kicker coming out right now.
You want to give? Can someone hit a warm up? Want to hit one to make sure we're good? Ready.
Can we get warm-ups and like a one warm-up?
Chip. Just chip one. Hey, get it back.
Colin. Yeah, Colin Rogers. So Colin Rogers gonna hit just one little warm-up one real quick. Let's see if Colin can follow. Are we gonna follow this ball? No, but he looks like he hit it pretty well. Well, excuse, that was to the 5, so I'm sorry. Great set.
3 9s.
Almost a 4-0 off of our warm-up ball, so you guys should be chomping at the bit for what's about to come from the actual not warm-up balls. So Colin Rogers right here, Southern Methodist, taking his steps. Now kickoffs, the guys, they're a real treat. It is literally just guys hitting balls as far and as high as they can. And this one is a bit of a misfire to start off with. What is even crazier about that is it is still every single bit of 67.8 yards with almost 3.5 seconds of hang time. So
68-3-4.
So 68 yards. That'll be 3 deep into the end zone for those keeping up at home. Most people are letting that go over their head. So now we get to see Hamilton DeBoyan. He absolutely balled out in his first set. Was easily one of our best kickers that showed out as far as field goals are concerned. And now is taking a shot at a kickoff here. And see ya later. If I had to guess, 8 deep, just
3-9-4-72.
72 yards. So that is 7 deep. Huh? Yeah, that's fine. So that is 7 deep into the end zone. Easily a touchback from Hamilton DeBoyan. Super impressive guy coming from South Alabama or Southern Alabama. Right? Not South Alabama. South Alabama. Sorry. So coming from South Alabama, a lot of people, might not have thought about that as a school that was going to produce just such a powerful kicker, but he has come out here to prove that is most certainly the case of what has happened, as he has put on a show. But now Colin, coming from SMU, a school maybe more people would associate with powerful kicks, is going to put one deep, to say the least. 79 yards, a light 14 yards deep into the end zone, for those who don't know, is hit that ball with 81 miles per hour of ball speed. Hamilton coming back up. And just great height on that, great distance. Looks like 9-ish deep. 72, so only about 7 deep. And then now Colin Ryder's about to come out for his last ball here. Yeah. So Hamilton, not just impressive with the size of the ball that he's hitting, but the consistency that he's hitting it. 2 identical balls, which is just impressive. And you're going to see that's probably not going to be replicated for the rest of the day. Oh my God. That ball, 13, 15. No, that was Hamilton still. All right. That was the same one? That was 3 identical balls in a row. We're getting to a point where it's becoming an anomaly zone. And then now Hamilton hits another really good ball. This guy easily is about to be getting offered. His balls are so consistent, especially those last kickoffs right there. It's nothing that you see very often. That's for sure. Completely smoked, and now he's moving on to a spot where I'm sure the offers are going to start just rolling in. But we get our next set of kickers coming up next. And first up to kick is Josh. So the lefty is going to hit one. It is going to spiral. So if we're doing a punt competition, he'd be getting nods. As a kickoff competition, it's not bad. 54 on the distance, it looked like, and 211 on the hang time. So a little bit of an ankler. Another really impressive kicker coming up. This is the guy, for those at home, who hit our longest field goal of the day at 60 yards. Just hit a 63.91. So that's a nice hanger that would have came down at the 5-yard line. Probably would have been fair caught in today's college football landscape. But now, another chance here to hit a big kickoff from Josh. And there it is. Oh my gosh. Huge ball. 78. We have not our longest one yet, but that's fighting with it. So a 78-yard kickoff. Best hang is still 396. Best distance 79 for the day, but 78 is close. Another really good ball right there. Might be 62-yard ball. Really good hit. Just a super clean. And remember, this guy did a really good job on his field goals as well. So it's good to see him come out here and hit some pretty big kickoffs. People are choosing between the least waterlogged balls right now, and we're trying to find a good number. And this guy's going to hit another one. Oh, my goodness. Over the soccer goal. 79, tie-in the best kickoff distance that we've gotten today. What a ball. Absolutely insane. Okay, first couple of balls has been pretty good for this guy. Let's see his next hit. That one looks solid. Kind of come down maybe a little bit short, but 63 is a playable ball, and the 3.9 is a good, consistent hang time for him. Just a super consistent ball that we're seeing out of that guy. So we really like that. Next, a couple more super talented kickers coming back up here, putting their balls on the tee. We've got a Ole Miss transfer and Delta State, also out of Mississippi, and then Minnesota, which sounds somewhat like Mississippi. So these 3 guys. So first up is Jalen. Had a pretty good, he was opened us up with a nice 90% on field goal. So he's opening us up. He had 90% on his field goals. Now we get to see what I'm going to assume is an impressive kickoff leg. And I would have assumed correctly. Looks like it's landing about 2 or 3 deep in the end zone. 69 yards, 4 deep in the end zone. That's a touchback. Good hang time on it, just nice and relaxed. Okay, Dean had a also really good showing out of Delta State. And here comes another good one from Dean. Maybe got a little under it, but 60 yards right there with 3.7. Dean. And then next up is Dane Kemp. coming from the University of Minnesota. Had a pretty good showing, so let's see what he's got on the kickoffs. That ball immediately just jumped off the screen, 69 yards and a 4-1 hang time. Good God, that is our new best hang time of the day. And here we go. We're circling back around now. We're kind of rapid firing through that. He just hammered that ball. Is that an 80? 80. That is our first 80 of the day from Jalen. Hammered ball right there. Next up, Dean Roberts. Not feeling the pressure being next to two FBS Power 5 kickers. Just hitting his ball. 65, that's a touchback. As a playable ball. All these kicks look the same on a stat sheet so far because they're all touchbacks. But let's see what Kemp has. Another good hit. Just good height. A little bit of a twister. 69, about 4 yards deep into the end zone. And then let's see what this guy has got right here. Is he going to end on a high note? We can only hope. He has so far blasted some kickoffs. We'd like to see an 81, 82. Gets a little under that one compared to some of the other ones, but still blown away. 70 yard. 70 yards is him getting a little under it. Just 5 deeps into the end. Okay. Moving on to Dean Roberts. About to hit. Big kickoff here. Definitely lots of talent around him. Just looking to put his name up in there. Does not quite get the most of it, but gets it down to the 60 still, even on a little bit of a knuckler. Kemp looking to end the set off right, who's been a really impressive set so far. So here he comes. Chance to increase his lead on the hang time department. Might not have done it, but a great ball nonetheless. 385. 68. Incredibly consistent set. And let's just take a look at what the TrackMan data says for kickoffs, right? NFL potential is hitting a ball speed of 80 miles an hour, right? That's kind of what we've seen, max of 92. We've seen some 80s for sure. The launch angles have been pretty good. 30 degrees, doesn't look like there's a lot of deviation there. But the distances you're seeing, just so you have something to reference it to, 71 yards is about NFL potential with 4.1 seconds. We have not seen too many 4.1s except for, of course, Kemp. Kemp has hit our 1.40. And then the 4.0 second on hang time on kickoff for average. I haven't seen too many. Oh my gosh. We haven't seen too many 4.0s on kickoffs, but 3.83 is not too far off either. 69 yards is a pretty massive ball, too. So great kickoff. Just so wanted to show you guys that so you can have an idea. These are college punters that are, and yes, this is at the Hoover Mint. Another really good ball right there. Yes, these are all college transfer portal kickers right now. Here we go. Another kickoff. And these guys are smashing them. You might have gotten a little under that one, but the height looked good. 60 yards, so down to the 5-yard line, but good height. Going too fast right now. And then Peyton hits another good one. 3.87.62. So falling down about the 3-yard line. And it's worth noting that we are losing at this point significant distance because of how waterlogged the balls are. You can see there's a pretty good little amount of wetness to every ball. So these things are going to be hard to kick far. It's going to favor the people that got to kick earlier. But the fact that these guys are still hitting balls deep into the deep inside opposing territory to the 5, to the 3, and even that one, which is going to be going, I would imagine, 1 or 2 deep. 65 yards, so pretty close. Right at the goal line. That guy's letting it go over his head. And it's hopefully rolling in. Okay. An impressive rapid-fire kickoff session, but we're trying to keep up the best that we can. Here it comes. There it is. That is maybe a little under. And a 63-yard kickoff right there. So that's coming down to the 2-yard line. Been a pretty good set so far for these guys. The first set obviously was on a different level, and that kick is on a huge level. Oh my goodness. That's from Peyton. 4-1-2. We have our new hang time leader. 72 yards. On top of that, that ball was completely crushed, especially when you factor in just how damp, just how wet some of these footballs are going to be. That is a massive ball that we are seeing right there. So that will be our new leader from Peyton. That's from Peyton. Yeah. Okay, looking to follow that up. Sometimes it's going to be hard, but that is a great ball. That is a great ball. 74 yards, 3.87, 3974 is an awesome ball to follow that up. Sometimes you see these high-hanging balls, and you just try to give everything into it, put everything into it at the last minute, but he just hit a really good ball regardless, right? Wasn't trying to chase too much of a hang time ball, just hit a good one, and of course, another just massive kick. 3-7-63, just super consistent. And the next 3 set of kickers are getting ready to take the stage. So far, we have had just some doozies. We've had a 4-1-2. We've had a ball have speeds of 81.5, which is when we switched back down to the track net. 81.5 is well over NFL potential, right? So we've had some of these really good numbers right now of just high-level kicking. Best distance of 80 yards. We might not see somebody beat 80 yards today, but 80 yards is definitely special. Okay, so
Who's up first?
the first guy up right now is going to be Wyatt, number 2. Wyatt Martin. Yes, and this is happening live, Shay. The Transfer Portal Combine. Okay. Now, this is where I think you're really going to see it start to be hard for guys to hit their first ball. People are standing around. Everybody's just waiting for their turn. This is going fast. That being said, you start to get to the point where guys are getting a little cold by the time they're up to go kick. So who can really get out here and slide? And we had a first slip. The conditions on the field, like I said, are slick, wet. It's nothing short of a miracle. We haven't had more slips up until now. The conditions are pretty wet, pretty moist. All right. Here we go. Jackson State kicker. Catches. People are starting to slip just a little bit on these next ones. You can tell now who has had to kick in a lot of wet conditions and who has not had to kick in a lot of wet conditions. All right, Wyatt Martin, back up. First ball was a little bit of a twister, little spiral. That's just a nice end over end. About 60 yards, 3.74 seconds of hang time. So now Nicholas Drake coming out. Slipped through the first one. I think this is a restart. This is his mulligan. So he's going to take another shot here. Able to keep his planting for the detriment of a football. Keeps his plant and demolishes it. Yep, things are going well on the stream. People are hitting some massive balls. We're about to see one again right now. Whoa! That is a big one. 5 deep into the end zone. 3-5 coming out of Jackson State. A state that is well represented. Here is Mississippi. No one can deny that. Jackson State, Delta State, Ole Miss, all teams being represented here by kickers. And here comes another kick. A little bit of a kind of X ball again. Really good distance on it, though. Still's able to go about 4 deep into the end zone. Okay. Nicholas Drake out for his second kick, as the first one involved a technical difficulty with the cleat. A nice 65-yard kick. That's a touchback. Decent hang time on it. Then, here we go. Jackson State represented. Had some pretty big kicks so far. Is going to keep doing it. Gonna be about 4 yards, 69 yards deep into the end zone, and then we get a new set of 3 coming up.
Or like,
Okay. 3 kickers going up. Carson going first. Got 3 kicks. We've had some big kicks so far. The numbers to beat is 412 for hang time and 80 yards for distance. And that might not change. 61-357. You could hit a bunch of really good kickoffs and never see a 412 and never see an 80-yard kickoff, and that's okay. Up next, Burgess transferring out of our sheet's getting a little damaged here by the rain, so it makes it hard. Here, take a look at it. Got a little timid into his final steps there. Ends up kind of squibbing it just a hair. He's transferring out of Coffeyville. Next is Getman, just babies it a hair. Yeah, everybody being a little bit scared after. Everyone's being a little timid into their plant foot after seeing somebody slip, which is what happens. We all have stories about watching somebody eat dirt and everybody kind of chokes up a little bit. But the fact that was still a 60-yard 3-6 getting to the 5-yard line where we're kind of just tiptoeing through it, pretty good sign for what's to come with good footing. So let's see if these next couple kicks, they trust it a little bit more, open up a hair. Next, Carson. And he trusted that one, and it is gone. It's going to be deep into the end zone, about 3 deep. 3.4 seconds of hang time. Next for the kickoffs. That's starting to trust the plan a little bit more. 62 yards, so falling down at about 3-yard line. Okay. Next up, one of the Getmen. Still looks like he's babying it just a hair. Might just be his style. He did have a very relaxed, and it was 1 deep into the end zone, and it just looks like he's tapping it. It just looks like he is touching the ball, and it's just going. Once again, I would like to compare it to Brandon Aubrey. I feel like that's a fair comparison. And as far as effort is concerned, where he just kind of touches it and it just goes further than what it looks like it should go. Okay. Only a few groups left. I think maybe 1 group, 2 groups after this. The kickoff is rolling through, but another one from Carson Wilt, and that ball is gone. 64 yards, down to the 1-yard line. Up next, Burgess. I want to get on the board here. For everybody's last ball of this set. Still looking to beat an 80-yarder. Still looking to beat 4.1 seconds of hang time. This might not get on either, but it doesn't make it a bad ball. 58 yards. Very playable on a directional ball. Moving on to Jacob Getman. Guy has been very impressive as a combo specialist. one of our best field goals, one of our best punts, and now just another impressive kickoff performance. But has just shown throughout all day that he's been able to perform on all fronts of kicking, punting, and field goals. So being able to do all of those, Noah Getman has been super impressive, and I would not be surprised to see him get snapped up here as any one of the three, just especially with the added bonus of noting that if need be, he can do one of the other ones. But now, Bila, the German kicker, 57, 3.8 seconds of hang time. Pretty solid ball right there. And then Stafford from Stafford with a big boot coming down at 58, but with some good hang time, 3.6. So let's see what Bila has here. The German kicker, punter, field goal kicker. About to go. Yeah, you're good. So here we go. Really only 3 jogging steps right at the end. Just kind of like a walking kick. And that's a big ball. 61 yards. 3.4. So he is still hitting a very playable ball. Very impressive stuff from the German who trying to make his way into American football. And that's a great place to start hitting kicks like that. So one more from Stafford. Ready to get out here. Hit a good punt. Trying to transfer out of Bethel. And has hit some really impressive kicks. And he's going to add this one to the tally of good kicks he's hit so far. About, 62 yards, 3.9 seconds of hang time. And now Bila looking to send it home for the day. Just kind of getting in there at the last second, but still hitting some good balls. 61 will play every set of the day. And now Stafford with the last kick of the entire combine. Coming to an end for everybody who's been watching all day. I'm sure somebody's been watching for the 5.5 hours we've been streaming. We appreciate you for being out here. You're a trooper. Right. If you've been here all day, just say something. Just say I've been here. I won't even know if you're lying or not. You can lie to me right now. It would make me feel better to know. So now we get to see a big kick. And with that, a nice high 3, 6, 7, 60-yard kick. That'll do it. So thank you, everybody who's come through here. So right now, these are, on this side, our leaderboards for everybody coming through. We've already had some offers, and people are getting communicating with coaches as we speak. So thanks, everybody, for coming through. And with that, I am